please. Can we all please settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and participants, a very warm welcome to day 2 of the ICDE International Conference Enabling Conservation through Digital Engagement, where we've embarked on a journey to explore the fascinating world of urban heritage conservation and adaptive reuse under the theme of policies, public and expertise. Post successful completion of day 1 of our discussion on various alternative heritage sources, role of policy, governance in urban heritage, conservation and adaptive reuse, we will now commence with day 2 of the conference. Moving forward, we have a special session led by the students of JSA who will discuss their practical works and learnings from the Restoration Toolbox project. It's a pleasure to have Ms. Hina Devi Singh, co-founder of the Garo Police, and Professor Sheikh Intaka Balan, Assistant Professor, JSA, founder of Amara Architects, who will be moderating this session. Over to you. Good morning, everyone. So it's been a very interesting journey for us at Jugaad Police for having been working with the students here at JSA. Now it's been about 2 years. We've done a variety of studios. We did a very interesting community pathway. That's how we started our journey. And then we moved on to integrating the student body into the Restoration Toolbox, where we worked on several aspects of it. So the Restoration Toolbox itself has been made with a lot of effort of joint research and co-creation and a lot of work which has been put in by students from around the country. So now we already had the platform up by the time our collaboration or working with JSA started. So we integrated that into our teaching sessions when we did the practicum with the students here. So we have a variety of experiences that the students will take you through. That how is it that they interacted with the platform? And this was also kind of a beta testing, so as to say, of the platform for us to see how does it make sense to students or youngsters and whether they can really use it. So we have one set of people who got to know the platform, they understood its workings and then brought that out with their work and the exhibition that we had for the launch of this project, the Restoration Toolbox as part of the European Spaces of Culture 2023. We had the launch of it on the 19th of April, and the students worked towards creating an exhibition which was actually the physical manifestation of the platform itself. So what the connections of the platform are virtually, what the coding and the scripting is and how it works, they kind of made it into a physical exhibition to show their understandings of how the platform works. Simultaneously, a group of them had used the platform to virtually solve a problem. They had an existing site and they worked on finding solutions to that using the platform or using different means of the platform, whether it was the material manage or anything else. So you'll see in the presentations as we move ahead that they will bring that out. And then the third aspect, the third facet of it rather, because it's so multifaceted, everything that you students can do with the platform, is that a group of us went to Missouri over a weekend and we actually went to the site that the students in the previous semester had kind of solved the problems virtually. So some students had overlapped into that and they went and had their hands-on experience on the site and what they learned and whether they learned or not, what is it that we could add or not. I will now hand the podium to the students and let them tell you what their experience was of dealing with the platform like the Restoration Toolbox and how maybe this makes sense for us to move ahead as the student body or as an institution to work on certain things where we can develop, co-create, imagine or whatever together and move ahead in a positive fashion. So I'll call now Vaishnavi and Vaishnavi. They will present to you what they learned.
Should we share screen? Share screen. Screen. Deleted you guys. इसको स्क्रीन कर दीजिए. नहीं हो रहा है. स्क्रीन टू हो रहा है. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
Hello. So I'm Vaishnavi from third year BArc. I'm also Vaishnavi from third year BArc. So what we're going to present today is the platform restoration platform, toolbox platform, and our understanding of it, which we showed through our exhibit, which we presented in Alliance Francaise in Delhi. So we were introduced to the restoration toolbox through a practicum, which was led by Hina ma'am and Aishwarya ma'am. In an era where replacing has become the trend, they're promoting repair and reviving the buildings to their original glory. So we would like to show you a video of the platform.
Play it. Okay. Wait. That's it. Go to the next slide. No, let them show the
Yeah, so as we've explored the possibilities of showcasing the platform, it began when we started contemplating ways in which we could present the platform in a more interactive and tangible manner. The task was to create an installation that would serve as a representation of the platform. So, as you could see in the video, the platform had material library and maps that would... So, in envisioning the installation, we incorporated interactivity which allowed the users to engage with the platform in an immersive way. One of the key elements we considered was the map. Rather than showing the map in a traditional manner to make it more interactive, we've used strings to connect it to the material library, and one of the ideas proposed by our team members, Yugangshi, she suggested that we show the materials that the people can procure through the platform and display the final projects or buildings that can be created using those materials. So, and our exhibit wanted to incorporate this that could help the visitors to envision the possibilities of what our platform could offer. By merging mine and Yuvangshi's idea into a physical exhibit, we can create a tangible understanding of the platform. And yeah, so here we have the concept stage, material procurement. So this was the whole process of our exhibit. Continue.
After this one.
Yeah. So the three of us worked on an elevation of a row of houses in Srinagar, connecting it to the map to show the material and the place it can be procured in Kashmir. In an old town of Srinagar, on the banks of the river Velam, situated in a row of houses, is portrayed in this elevation. Many forms of handicraft and construction material used to originally build these structures are now being replaced by outsourced material. We put up this exhibit with the idea of restoring the heritage, culture, and the locally sourced material, portraying different materials through this elevation, and connecting it to the map with the specific locations for each of the material portrayed. It will give an idea as to how to portray, as to how to procure the material with the locations of the locally sourced materials through the skilled artisans. Yeah. Yeah, so similarly, we've used materials that can be reused later and easily constructed and deconstruct. So, which allows us to easily build the same exhibit in different spaces. We've used materials that were locally obtained from market. So we went to the market in search of potential materials that we can use for the exhibit. We also found different alternatives, and we also spoke to the vendors that provided us understanding of the material and showed us different options of materials. So on the day of the installation, we tried to replicate our prototype that we tried in our common room the previous day to try to bring out the depth that the valley shows. So for our final installation, we used foam board to bring out the depth along with paper on top of it. And for the sky, so this was jugaad that we did. We took a piece of cloth, added a little texture to it, a little bit of dust, and stuck it on top of the elevation to bring out the depth in the elevation, in the whole elevation and our installation. So we learned jugaad through Jugadopolis to make our installation is our final thing. Thank you. Yes. So these are the behind the scenes of our installation setting up and everyone interacting with the installation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abhilash Reddy from third year.
And I'm Rashi. I'm in my third year doing interior design.
So I'm going to take you through my experience that I had in this practicum during my last semester and this semester. So basically, my last semester was to work on the Worden house in an online mode. So wherein we had to analyze the risks that the house contained, and using the restoration toolkit, we somehow solved all of these problems. And we had done all of this using a mood board and etc. So basically, we first noted down all the problems that the Worden house had, and we found out the possible problems that it was caused due to, and the solutions using the material toolbox, and some of them using searching and then web search or basically someone's YouTube toolkits, etc. And yeah, so and I'll take you through how I made the material library, for example, for the roof. Where is it? Yeah. So first we listed down all the problems that the roof had. Basically, for example, corrosion in the roof sheeting and then holes and etc. Then the types of decay that the roof had. For example, the coating loss and then the physical damage and rusting. After that, we've noted down the probable cause of the decay and then the solutions to all of the problems that we had noted down. And we also noted down a few of the restoration guides for the restoration, basically the do's and don'ts for the same. And during this semester, 13 of us had gone to the Worden house in Missouri, and we had a hands-on experience at the site. And Rashi is going to talk through it.
So in the site, we had a detailed conversation with the client as well as the laborers. The client helped us understand the entire site. He told the history of it and what he actually wants the site to look like. And after that, we, along with all the people working on the site, had a hands-on workshop. Where we learned on how to use the wood. It was very interesting to see how, since this wood was very expensive, it was very interesting to see how they were using every inch of the wood so efficiently. So we, along with them, made a window frame with that wood. We also had other workshops like lime plaster workshop. Yeah, then after that, we had a risk assessment of the site where we tried to list down all the issues that we thought the site had. The first one we thought was the layers of the wall. Since this house was passed on from generations to generations, everybody just kind of added more and more layers to the wall, creating multiple layers. So the client actually wanted to restore the original wall. So he wanted to restore the original wall. So they were using sandpaper. So what we suggested them was to use a wire scrub to get the original layer. And we also suggested them a sandblasting machine. But what we were told was that if we use the sandblasting machine, all the layers will be gone off within one use. And getting that machine in Mussoorie is a task itself. The other issue we saw was with the flooring, which was the Atangudi tiles. These tiles are supposed to be very glossy, but with the wear and tear, the glossiness was gone. The next issue that we identified was with the ceiling. The ceiling was at some places broken, and at some places there were minor cracks. So along with all these material library, we found solutions. For example, for the tiles, we found solution that we had to actually scrape off all the paint stains and then we had to coat them with wax. And for the structural timber roof, the places that were damaged had to be completely replaced, and the places that cracks had to be filled with epoxy resin. So that is how we had our experience at the site.
Yeah, and when I was working in the last semester, the material library that we had, it was basically on an online platform. And when I went during this semester, it was printed out. We had booklets of it. I felt that it was easier to use the booklets at the site instead of scrolling through the website, because it would be easier to just look at the solution and look at the problems and compare it with the problems that you have in your building. So basically it has solutions to, I would not say each and every problem that is there, but maybe to most of the problems that each and every material goes through. So you have solutions, from basic solutions to all the technical solutions there. You could have materials that are lying around you or anything around you or in your house, which you could use to, restore the material, few of the materials that you have in your building. And I thought it would be better to use the booklet instead on the site. After that, what else there? Yeah, this was our experience with the online
As well as
form of the
offline.
material library and of the offline.
So a special thanks to Professor Hina ma'am
And Aishwarya ma'am, thank you.
So I just like to request you guys to help me just put some chairs on the stage for us. We'll all sit down and have like a 5-10 minute talk with them, because of course thank you for the great presentations. I didn't know you guys learned so much. I was hoping you'd learn something, but so much. It makes me happy that you learned so much. And let's have a little conversation. Come. Hurry up. So we just have a little conversation. I have Intikhab here. He's from JSA, and we'll have a little. You can interrogate
Can I,
our students. Yes.
Hello, students. As you all might be getting my mails regarding the practicum, and I was sitting here and seeing the work that the students had done, and I feel really great, and I feel really, like overwhelmed with the kind of work that they had been doing. I will briefly talk about practicum within this discussion as well. So. So yes, let's begin the discussion with the students regarding the practicum that they had.
Is this on? Okay. So, I know, I mean, of course, he also knows you, but I know all of you on a different level, working with the Restoration Toolbox and working with Jugaad. So, I'll let Intikhab ask you a question or two first. And then if there's something we miss out on, I'll jump in. So,
okay, so
it's all yours.
Because like practicum happens in the session like during the semester system, and I had been getting a lot of mails and a lot of issues like regarding students who are complaining kind of, like how do we manage our time, how exactly, like do we navigate, because your semesters are also going, your classes are also going. So my question to you, like all of you, would be like one by one, how did you were you able to manage the this entire work during the semester first?
Can you hear? I think we didn't face any such problems because until now we had just gone to the Mussoorie trip, and after that I think we're going to have classes only in the timing slot that is given for practicums and guest lectures. So I think it wouldn't be such a problem to cope up with your curriculum. I think it's easy. You can go add 1-2 practicums also and work with it. That's not an issue.
So I think what we were doing is in this practicum was hands-on experience, which is also something that we do in JSA on a regular basis. So it was not an entirely different task. So we could easily manage, and it also helped us with our other work where we could incorporate all of these solutions and everything into our different courses and how to add on. So I don't think it created any issue. But like it added on to our knowledge.
So our practicum was on an online mode, and it happened on Tuesdays and Saturdays and Sundays where we didn't have classes, and it was, I think, very helpful as ma'am asked us when we were free, and we had sessions according to that, and we worked during those sessions most of the time, so it helped us balance with our academics.
And most of the work we had to do was to explore the digital platform, which we could do in our own time, and we could like use the platform for other coursework also. So there were many reasons to keep going on the platform, which helped with this and our coursework simultaneously. So
okay, great. So yeah, thank you so much for this. Other thing that I wanted to like ask you would be, and I think this is like a interactive session, so like please add on to these questions like after we are finished.
Like if there's anyone out there, if there is anything you're curious about or anything you would like to know, you can just raise your hand and ask that question. We're just having a talk here. How you would like normally have a conversation, and this is how most of our classes happen also.
Hi, I'm Joydeep, and I'm the dean of the school. It's always good to introduce ourselves, right? Okay, so you all worked on this platform, right? Could each of you individually share with us what was your user experience of the platform? I think because it's very important, because remember the aim of this platform, as far as we know, is that everybody can use it, right? So as folks who are even training to become designers, right? Who were first users of it in a certain way. What was your experience of it? And what would you like to change something about the platform? What's your feedback on the platform? Could we talk a little bit about all of that, right? Because you guys were also similarly in terms of the resources that are there on the platform, right? So what would you like to add to it? What would would you like to add some things to it, change some things about it, right? Just a basic user experience kind of a thing.
So just before we go ahead, the next task that they have after we are done with this conference, of course, and they've already done the hands-on workshop and they realize, this is how you use the materials. So the next task that we are moving on to after this is the resource mapping. So we've done the research to collect where all these people are. So they'll kind of understand how is it that you convert all of that to a virtual tool or a library or a resource that other people can use. So that's what we are moving on to starting next week. At the moment, that's what we're going to do.
I'm just
I get it. I'm
wondering
saying like
what
that's what
their
we are.
experience
Yeah,
is,
I'm saying that's what we're doing. And
Because I
of
think they're
course,
going to take
whatever
that
their
knowledge
feedback
to
is, yeah.
bring that, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the material library was very easy to use because it could be accessible and easy to read manual for
I know, you guys want to start a
variety
material library at the school now.
Yeah.
They approached me after that. So, that's a wonderful thing that happened. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, so it is a very easy guide. So wherein even an unskilled person could go through it and understand all the various process of it, and he could restore anything, basically whatever is there in the manual by himself. So it's not such a task for an unskilled person either. So I think it's easy for everyone to use, not just a technical person who has all the knowledge preset. So it's easy for everyone to use.
You do realize you guys were also asked to make DIY drawings in your first year,
Yeah.
right? This kind of works with something like that.
Yeah.
And that's the way to change construction drawings, not keep it in the realm of, okay, only architects and designers should be able to understand construction techniques in a certain way. People know how to do it, right? And they should be able to do
But
it.
actually, I think that's the whole point. That's what we say. We want to empower everyone. It's empower all the citizens. Because at the end of the day, let's go back and look at our homes and look at our family also. Not everybody in a house is skilled or a trained personnel related to construction. But I'm sure all our uncles, aunts, neighbors, whatever else, everybody knows basic construction and basic services. They all know how to fix a tap and they all know how to get the tiling done or get a brick wall done. It's not that people don't know. It's just the tag that whether you
Right.
are trained or not. And that's the whole point of these manuals.
So, yeah, more things other than the manual that I think you guys enjoyed, you would like to do more. I think it'll be a nice feedback for everybody at one level, right?
For the online platform, I'm somebody who's not very tech friendly, but it was very easy and simple for me to use. And when coming to the books, nobody likes to carry heavy books with which are very text heavy. So one thing that I really liked about the books were that they were more based on the pictures, that you could have a simple understanding by just going through the pictures. So carrying them and reading them were very handy. Even if you're sitting in a car traveling, you could just go through them very easily, is what I felt like.
For the platform, apart from the material library, it was like a one-stop for all restoration toolbox work. So you could hold meetings on the platform itself, write blogs, interact with each other. So I think that's a very good space to talk about the entire platform itself.
Yeah, and for our exhibition, we had to go procure materials. So then I faced difficulty in knowing where the marketplace is, where can we procure certain materials. So because Hina ma'am was there with us, she could help us. And then I realized that a lot of people don't know some places in the city where you can get materials for a cheaper price and more variety. So I think platform helps in that way. And there were also blogs and interaction sessions where people share their experience. So I've read a few blogs on the platform that helped me understand, okay, what are the difficulties other people face and what should I not do and what should I do. So that was...
Thank you.
Okay, I would just add to this and ask something which is related to, again, practicum. So how does this practicum, that you did, is helping you out in your other subjects which you are taking in your class, and does it also helps you in understanding what exactly the career trajectory you would be taking, like from now onwards and like in the future, like is it helping in that sense as well, starting from you only?
For other courseworks, sometimes we need to do research on our own about materials. So I just used to go to Google and search for certain materials, look at different websites. But then now, because I know that this platform exists, I can use the manuals also to know more information about materials and stuff. And
Vaishnavi is like,
yeah.
this is Vaishnavi, over to Vaishnavi.
I mean, apart from using the platform, I think it also gives like an insight into destination architecture and how you could go ahead with your future and even.
I heard it was conservation architecture, but restoration architecture is something that I'm hearing for the first time, but I'm
restorative
happy. Restoration
is what.
architecture.
It's okay, we understood. Towards the world of restoration.
I feel like it's the same thing on like a.
Nadia had a question to you.
Yeah. Do you guys have anything else to share? Can we get a mic to Nadia? Yeah. So Nadia is here from Platonic.
Yeah, I just have a fun question about the conference. So we've been talking about human-centered design and thinking about people. And so I was wondering, how did this practicum affect how you think about human-centered design, and how did touching and working with materials affect how you think about architecture conceptually versus practically?
I think Abhilash should answer this question.
So basically, the client of the wooden house, so he had bought this house some years back, I think 30, 40 years back. So, and this house was bought by many people over the years. So as Rashi told in our presentation that over the years, different owners use different type of materials to cover up their walls or maybe flooring. So his main intention with this house was to restore the whole building like as it was when it was built. So through the pictures that we showed, that is how we wanted it to basically take down all the paint layers and retain the old lime plaster layer. So he wants more and more people to, actually feel the value of the restored buildings or old buildings. So I think this thought is being passed over to his family, also his future generations, that he wanted his kids to know how valuable and how it is going to be in the future that to retain such buildings. So I think this was very fascinating to know that such people still do exist. Yeah.
Did that answer your question? Yes.
Architecture is sometimes something you see in drawings, and then when you actually touch and feel and you have power over a building, it's a very different feeling, right? Yeah. So just how does it compare with now that you're going out in the world, now that you're going to go out in the world at some point, how did it feel to be in the world? And how did that affect how you think about learning about design? Now that you see it in a book, you see it in a manual, and then you walk out into a site, which is such a jarring experience sometimes. So how do you think differently maybe as designers after touching and being able to have an impact on a physical structure?
So it is two different sides on being the client and being the designer. Right now, I would say that we are getting our house renovated. So I could honestly be on both the sides to see how I am the client, but I'm also completely in touch with the designer team. It's interesting to see how they perceive the house and how we perceive the house. So there were some things that were sentimental in the house which they didn't consider. So we had to kind of tell them that this is all that had to be restored, and then so making somebody understand what actually means to someone is itself like a task, which I think happened really well in the Warden house. We had a detailed conversation with the client regarding what this house means to them. So we could actually feel his sentiments towards his own house.
So this is something I'll like to ask you all. Whenever we do meet, Some of you over a long time, some of you shorter time. But whenever we do meet and we do sit down and have these discussions and we talk about what you think about work or design, or how much do you know, what do you remember from your own experiences in life, your visit to your grandmom's house or a holiday you took elsewhere, etc. Because the entire focus is always on what did you observe and what is it that you can bring back to us and what part of it should we retain and carry forward, right? This is something which is a genuine feedback that we want from you, that of course we are aiming at looking at the platform as also a teaching tool. But it's not just the platform, but it's also how you interact with it. So like you mentioned that there are blogs that you could read, right? There were experiences. And that's what we do when we meet in real. Like virtually you could read those blogs. But when we meet in real and we have a conversation, even what we did in Mussoorie, we all told stories and talked about. At the end, we were talking about built heritage. We were talking about, you know, vernacular architecture. We were looking at courtyard architecture, things, many things we discussed. And materials and retaining them, etc. What part of the platform and your interactions with it do you think actually work towards adding to your knowledge? Like it worked like a teaching tool? Because those are aspects of it, like we brought out in the real world also, even for making the exhibition, right? So the blog part of it is what the storytelling we did at night, and we all were talking about experiences. That's the blog part. The material manuals, you use them in person, learning about them, you know, going and finding the resources, etc. is what you did for the exhibition. They're all aspects of the platform which we brought in the real world for you. So as a teaching tool or something that you can use, positive, negatives, shortcomings, this is something both Aishwarya, I and the technical team would like to know from you.
I think from the restoration toolkit, the one that really worked out for me was the material library, because when I myself was making the material library, I got to know about the different materials and how they work and how they have to be maintained over time and what it needs to be maintained over time. So I think that was very knowledgeable. And through this process, I also learned about different materials and how they had to be maintained. And even during the Warden House that we went to Mussoorie, I had given a few suggestions also to the client on how to restore a few of the materials. And he was also amazed to know that we know such things apart from what they were already trying. So I think basically during the process of making the material library itself, you gain a lot of knowledge, which even a few laborers wouldn't have the understanding of it.
Apart from that, I think for me it was also the hands-on workshops that we were constantly having. So I think the best way to learn is to actually do it. So while we would read the manuals, we would not get the feel of it. So doing that in real life, right there and then, really helped me to understand materials and the concept of it.
So when we were introduced to the material library, you asked us to look at the materials, pick a material, go back to our city, and then find out where we can find it in our city. So a lot of material was very unknown to me, like Atangudi tiles. So I went back and then tried to see where I could source them, how they made it. So it gave me an insight into how materials are made and where you can find suppliers in my own city. So it really helped me understand the material through the material library. So I think that was a very big takeaway for me.
For me, I think the blogs in the website and how people interacted in the website really helped, because normally it's very difficult to find people in, you know, a small area having like similar interests where people want to restore and houses. So because there were blogs and because people could interact, because there were meetings, because there were also people could talk to the vendors, they could find the vendors. So for me that was like something I could take away.
Okay, great. There's one question that I'm asking, and then I will leave to the audience to ask more questions. So one question that I would want to ask especially is like, what exactly, like the knowing of materials and the understanding of materials, Now looking into the heritage structures, like how, like that, you know, that perspective that has changed, because when you had been working with the Kashmir exhibit K as well, and other areas as well, and you all come from different parts of this country. So your perspective of looking into heritage has changed, like through the lens of material now. So that is one question, but I will also want to add other questions from the audience as well, especially students if you want to ask anything about the toolkit, or
Is there anything anybody wants to ask about the practicum, what we do, what you heard so far? Was anybody listening? I think everybody's just asleep. But no? Let me see if I see a familiar face. I'll ask you only, say something. Maybe.
Meher, you want to ask something? Can anyone? Yeah.
I think it's pretty much clear what you guys did and what you learned and what the assets are of the restoration toolbox. But what can you tell us more about the technical learning of as an interior designer and as an architecture? Apart, material library is there and you guys know now better from where to source it, but what was the more technical architectural or structural aspect, learning? Was anything like that involved?
Did you learn anything technically other than the names of materials is what she wants to know. Did you learn to do something?
No, you guys did a lime plaster workshop, so I'm sure you guys now know how that works, and if you need to fix something related to lime, you guys would know how to do that. But that was were there more workshops like that and more technical hands-on experience?
Yeah,
that
we showed you the wood workshop that we had, right?
Yeah.
So we worked on different techniques of cutting and joining the joints of the wooden frames and all of that. So we explored different types of techniques that how wooden frames are made from various parts of the country as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Meenakshi is there.
Yeah.
please.
Can you give a mic to Bharat also there? So we also.
Bharat, be precise, please.
Yeah. So Bharat, I was introduced to Bharat recently only. We had a very nice adaptive reuse workshop on the 15th of this month. Great insights. So yes, precise, please.
Let her go first.
You want to
Meenakshi,
go
you
first? Okay.
Yeah. So my question is for Rashi and Abhilash. So since you've been working online in the previous semester and then now you went on in hands-on, you went on a trip and then you saw what actually is happening in the site. So how does the experience from looking at a site online and then figuring out, things different from actually engaging with the site in reality? Does that make a different impact?
I think working online, you wouldn't know how, what exactly would help you out to restore which material. So you have various amounts of methods to restore something, but only when you actually go to the site and touch or look at the materials, you would know which method you have to apply. So that would work out good in that way. So it was a better experience to work offline in Mussoorie.
I think we can all relate with this to the Driver's Lounge project, how we were introduced to the site online and all of us just went blank about it. But then when we went to the site, we could actually figure out and do the site analysis properly.
So essentially, we were also, in a way, testing how it works with students, and that's the reason that we did it like a virtual studio or a virtual exercise first, by first introducing them to the site and the problems and whatever they needed to work on the fronts of restoration and repair. in a virtual fashion, and they gave their solutions because you have a lot of things available on the manuals and whatever else, and you can do your research online. So everybody had a great solution to give, but then when you land up on site and you actually see what it is that you can do, because not every solution is applicable, right? It's site specific and situation specific. So when they reached there and they saw it, then they suddenly realized, oh, out of these brilliant 100 ideas, maybe only 2 are possible. And I think that's what Abhilash is trying to say, that it seems great in the written word and offline, that but when you come offline, you realize that no, it's all of it is not applicable here. So why it's necessary for you to be on sites and get those experiences and go do it hands-on. Not just in a workshop, but on a site. It's very different that when it's really being done on site than it is being done on a slightly sanitized workshop. If that makes sense.
Yes, Bharat, one last question.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, okay, I'll try. And I was very interested in the very collaborative approach that you guys took. You guys work with clients. So my question is trying to sort of dig a little deeper in terms of, so you guys are, okay, I hope I'm coherent because this is coming from the top of my head. So you guys are doing active research on, let's say, a site that you're working on. And the client also has somewhat of an idea of what the site is. So where is the negotiation? So you guys are more, let's say, doing active research, and you have built this sort of idea of what the site is. And the client also has a kind of vision or kind of an idea of what the site is or could be. So where is the negotiation? How do you guys draw the negotiation? Is that a element of convincing the clients, hey, look, this was a feature of this site that existed, and does the client try and convince you? I'm very interested, since I'm drawing upon Abhilash's comments on working with the client. So all of you can answer it, but.
So when we went to the site, right, so the client was trying out different methods how to restore different things. So he wasn't sure about what to try where. So he was basically trying out each and every method to restore a material. So what we went and did there was to give him a single idea or a method to restore the thing. So basically we had all the back-end information that what would work out well for which material. So that's what I talked about when I said that I gave him a few suggestions of how to, restore the lime plaster or take down the paints. He wasn't sure about how to take it down, so he had put around 2-3 labels with different techniques how to remove the paint layers. So I think none of them were working well. So I asked him to try a thicker grain of sandpaper and a wire brush, so which worked out really well, and it didn't need much of man force also for the same. So he was accepting to work on the same procedure, but wherein he was working before was, I think he tried sandblasting also. When you sandblasted the wall, I think the whole layer came down along with the lime plaster, which he didn't want to happen. So basically just wanted to retain the lime layer. So that is where he negotiated to work with the ideas or methods that we follow.
So an update for Abhilash. The technique that he suggested, because he'd been trying for a while, right? And that's how you kind of work with the client, that you have suggestions, they have suggestions. Adding to that what Rashi said earlier, you learn best. I always say this, and I say this to anyone that I work with or teach, that there are 2 best ways of learning anything or retaining it and actually adding to your knowledge is either by doing it yourself or teaching someone else. So that's the reason we made the manuals, and we made students who are working on research make the manuals, because what you're doing is that by immersing yourself into the material, you are really learning the material, and then by creating the manuals, it's creating a teaching methodology, right? Somebody's going to learn from them, and then that cycle repeats itself. So when they went on site, they of course learned from the client and from the site and from the materials they saw and everything else. So they learned that because they did it themselves, and then when they gave back what they had already learned in the research, which was the online research or whatever else that they had read, when Abhilash gave him that suggestion, so you have to be receptive to knowledge also, right? So the client heard him and the laborers heard him. Now, I would like to congratulate Abhilash. They used that technique, and we have their entire first floor, the balcony part that we saw. So, Mr. Arpit and his army have managed to remove all the plaster that they'd been struggling for so long because something was too harsh and something was too soft, it was taking too long. But they've removed it, and now we have the red brickwork out on most of the walls. And it's his suggestion, and that's how you kind of negotiate with your client, and hopefully the client listens to you and it works. So, that goes to you.
Yeah, congratulations, Abhilash. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering the question.
Okay, so I would, with this, I would want to end this, but before that, I really want to congratulate the team, Jugaadu Police, Aishwarya Tipnis and Hina Devi Singh. Please give a round of applause for these two people. And also for the fact that this is a paradigm shift in conservation architecture, because this is, and I'm really happy that our students had been part of this paradigm shift. And I congratulate them as well for this opportunity that they have got. And I would also like to, because I also see first year students as well, so this is a good opportunity for you also to understand what exactly the practicum is all about. Hina would be floating practicums after this as well. So I invite you, and I would want to have as many as successful stories like this in the future as well.
So I think we have one more question from someone. Yeah, there's somebody needs a mic there. Let's get the mic. So just adding to what Intikhab was saying, we at Jugaadu have a running roster of internships, which means you can join us anytime and you can do that duration anytime. They vary from 6 weeks to 8 weeks. Some of you insist on doing 4 weeks. 4 weeks don't work, neither for you nor for us. They're not even counted on the college. So don't try to do a 4-week internship, doesn't make sense. So 6 weeks, 8 weeks starting to how much ever longer, any time of the year, any month, you can just reach out to us. Of course, there are practicums and other things. And hopefully we're working on newer things with Jaideep, and there would be more interesting opportunities for all of you where we can work. It's like an industry interface, but it's things that you do yourself and make a difference to the bigger community. So yeah. Question.
I'm really sorry for interrupting though, but I have a question. There are few of the problems which come beyond a book, as we have been told throughout our classes, right? So I want to know an experience which was something which was, you didn't had an option or a solution in the book, but you had to think as a team, or you can say you had to collab with the workers. Sorry, you had to collab with the workers to know about like some environmental conditions where you couldn't restore something, or due to some environment problem, or to the conditions of the weather, something got destructed even after reviving it. Was there any experience which you experienced there?
So actually what Abhilash spoke about was that only.
But then I just feel that what I heard was about the material palette or the material book they have been using. But there's some experiences like where those doesn't work. It's like I think I'll just leave it here.
No, you can ask a question.
Environmental conditions also to an extent where
I will let our resident expert answer that question.
Okay.
I'm not a conservation architect.
So I think what we didn't really speak about, this particular project is part of the toolbox through something which we are calling the restoration clinic. So through the restoration clinic, experts like us are hand-holding the clients as well as the students, so that the client gets what they need and the students get trained in the process. So for issues like what you are saying, we are there in the middle as experts who collaborate, who think, who do the problem solving. So it's not really just the students who are directly working with the client, but we are actually training them, hand-holding them, and upskilling them to work with the client. And at the same time, whatever issues are there with the client, we are the ones who are talking them through the options that they have. We're talking them through what is possible, what is not possible. So although we are invisible in the scenario, because that's what the clinic is for. It's for upskilling, training, and empowering the clients to do things themselves. And our 15-20 years of expertise is what makes the process smoother. And so it is our idea that through this platform, there will be many more clinics where there can be multiple experts who sign up to the platform and perform the role that we are performing as pro bono services, so that other people can also get empowered to restore their buildings. Does that answer your question?
So thank you so much. I would like to end this discussion, and we can move to the next session. Maybe.
Yeah, thank you all, and thank you.
Oh, sorry. Can I now request Professor Minati Das, our professor here at General School of Art and Architecture, to felicitate our panelists? Come. No, you come here. They'll bring the tray along. Come. It's okay. Avega. So you have to give them the muffler and then. You have to pose for the camera. You have to pose for the photo. Yeah. Can we get a round of applause, please? Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah. So, camera.
Camera guy,
Can we get a round of applause again, please? Thank you. Thank you, Professor. We'll take a short 15-minute break to refresh ourselves, and we'll restart with session 6 on reviving repairs to promote circularity. See you all at 12. ICDE Day 2. In an era of growing environmental challenges, the circular economy concept emphasizes resource efficiency and waste reduction. Join us in discussing how repair and restoration can play a crucial role in achieving circularity, extending product life cycles, reducing waste, and creating local livelihoods. Explore the transformative power of repair in our panel discussion, Reviving Repairs to Promote Circularity. Our moderator, Ms. Satish Sinha, Associate Director at Toxics Link, will guide us through this vital discussion. Sir, can you please come in? Can we have a round of applause? Our panelists for the session are Dr. Aishwarya Tipnis, co-founder Jugaadu Police. Please keep clapping, I would request. Ms. Preeti Mahesh, Chief Coordinator, Toxics Link. Professor Abu Tala Faruqi, Associate Professor and Assistant Dean at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. And Mr. Paras Arora, Director, Doodleage. Our esteemed speakers will provide invaluable insights into promoting circularity in heritage conservation. Thank you, dear panelists. I would now request Professor Mr. Satish to please take over.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Absolutely wonderful to be here today at this campus and be with, so many young people, students of architecture and other invitees and guests who are here. So, this is absolutely an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all today and talk about something which is extremely close to my heart, and it is a requirement of the day, and it is required by this planet so positively, actually. So it's about repairs. We're going to talk about repairs and what does it do? How does it play out in this today's whole concept of circular economy? As we all, see today, most of us realize that our planet today faces an extreme challenge, is almost a crisis situation today that we are in. If you look at some of the challenges that the environment faces today, one of it namely be the climate change. You just saw what happened in Himachal Pradesh. You saw what happened in Uttarakhand, what happened in Libya, what happened across the world, what happened sometime back in West Bengal. So they're happening far too often, far too frequent. These devastations are for a reason that they are man-made in many ways, and nature is giving back. So we need to really look at some of these things very closely and understand as to why these are happening, and are there means to adapt and mitigate some of these things. Perhaps the way we are living today has become unsustainable. And this unsustainability is causing a lot of these problems and these issues. The current economic model or the growth model that we have adopted across the world, across nations, has been a linear economy, an economy in which we produce goods and services, we use them, and then we discard them. This is the normal model that we have been using, and that is proving to be unsustainable. That is not really working out today in this world. And thinkers, scientists, social scientists, people who are on environment, they all have come together to see what can we do differently. And that is where this concept of from linear, a transformation to circular economy, perhaps positions one of these options for us to look at a more sustainable way of moving forward, for a reason that we have far fewer resources, and the planet is, in some way we are running out of resources. Because if you continue to consume at the pace that we are consuming, we will not be able to sustain it. It's impossible. We are almost consuming goods, minerals, metals, and other things for as much as 5 planets will have. So it is as fast a depletion that is happening as far as resources are concerned. So the important thing that I'm trying to say is that how do you conserve resources? I saw the previous discussion also. There was a lot happening on conservation. How do you conserve resources? And this circularity is talking about conservation. It's talking about how do you minimize? How do you use resources more efficiently? How do you make products better? How do you reduce, minimize waste, and how do you bring back waste into supply chain process? So this is what is closing the loop, or circular economy. So it is moving from linear economy to circular economy. Many countries across the world have already adopted this. There are countries like China, Europe, many countries in Europe adopted this, even Japan. So there are multiple countries. And fortunately for us, let's look at it with a matter of some amount of pride, that even India is looking at it very, very positively. It was very high on the agenda in G20, and the Indian government pushed it very hard that we're going to talk about circular economy. So now, one of these key tools in circularity is also about repairs. So what does repair do? You might think that is such a small thing. Why are we talking about repairs in this whole global definition of climate change and other things that we're talking about? How does repair fits into it? But repair has a very important role to play in this. Today, the way we are manufacturing, producing, and consuming goods is not designed for repair. In many ways, it is not designed for repair. So we're saying that we need to bring back repair. We need to see how do we bring back repair into most of these things that we do. It is across sectors. I'm not talking about any particular sector. Look at it. I see Ashwarya sitting next to me. She's from, let's say, construction or restoration. Or let's see, Preeti Mahesh, my colleague, she works on electronics and digital equipment. So, far too high rate of obsolescence there. And then you have Paras, which is working on clothing, and you have an architecture professor who's teaching basic design on architecture or design philosophy and concepts. Now, all these are across sectors. We need to think about how do we plan for repairs? How do we increase the life of a product so that we have less of waste and we have more longevity in a product? And this is what is all about circular economy. Beyond, there are other things also in it. So I'm going to focus on repairs. And let me say one thing and I'll like to reinforce this because I was sitting for some time in the previous session. Construction is in the spotlight today. It is a sector which produces phenomenal amount of waste. Phenomenal. And construction waste is very hard to recycle or repurpose. So we need to be very, very mindful of how do we choose materials. What are the materials that we're going to use in construction? Can we recycle it? Can we bring it back? Can we reprocess it? Can we reuse it? So all these things are becoming very, very important today. And that's what we need to focus when we were talking about material bank and we're talking about library. So how do you ever wear a lens of environment when you're looking at material? I think that's very critical to understand. So basically this is the context about how do we bring circularity and what role does repair play into circularity, and can we move repair to a broader or much more, can we make it a mass movement? Can we have repairs happening for just about everything, from clothing to construction to automobiles to anything that you talk about? Instead of junking automobiles, can we have more of repairs in it? So this is the concept, and this is the the framework for the discussion today, and I will open it up to my panelists, and then we will have a couple of question answer among the panelists, and then I open up to the floor, and we will invite questions from the floor. So that is the format for this discussion, and this is the background and the philosophy of repairs and circular economy. So I don't know who wants to go first or which sector wants to go first, but it's open to anybody. So anybody wants to go first? Anybody who is willing to go first? Or then I'll have to. So Ashwarya, why don't you? Because I think this is about a lot of restoration. And restoration has a lot of challenges for the IC, the materials that you use and how you use it. And restoration itself is about increasing the life of a building or products and things like that, and the multiple challenges that the construction industry faces today. So what do you think about repairs, and how do you look at restoration in this whole philosophy of circular economy? Over to you.
So I think I prepared a presentation because it's easier to show than to tell. So can we just... ICDE करके PDF था. मैंने तो दिया था. मेरे पास पेन ड्राइव में है. Sorry about the technical glitches. Technology often leaves me when I need it the most. So anyway, we wanted to focus on the idea of repairs. Now what I want to talk about is the challenges that we face in the world. So the first question whenever I have a restoration project, and I'm talking about 20 years of professional experience, when I ask someone, okay, let's restore this or repair this, the first question they say is, but why? And the real reason is about mindsets. The most common question that people say, but why should I repair? I can afford new. And that's really going back to the point that we live in a world where it's aspirational to have new and shiny things, and repairing old things is kind of gives someone the impression that either you don't have the money or you don't have the social status. So repair is sort of looked down upon. So even when we dwell into projects, most often it takes a lot of convincing to tell people that repairing is a better solution rather than replacing and throwing things out and getting new ones. So the other point really is, as professionals, as experts, we talk about antiquity, we talk about how old is gold. This is a photograph actually that is from a warehouse in Jodhpur, and I was quite surprised to go there and see that entire villages of Rajasthan and Gujarat were dismembered, demolished, new buildings were constructed, and all of this material is stacked in these warehouses for export to America or other places in the world. And what is it being exported for? It's antiquity. But when we're restoring a building, more often than not, people want to throw out these old things and they say, "Ye to purana hai, let's not take it." Now, I also found another perspective that, you know, when we talk about circular economy, when we talk about different guidances that people have, reuse, recycle, use old things, put them in a new context. But when we try to do that in India, we often hear things like, but it's a bad omen. There is like a bed that's like 400 years old, but people don't want to get it into their house because they say, "Pata nahi kaun soya hoga, kaun is pe mara hoga. How can we get all of this bad luck into our house?" So there are a lot of intangible things that are associated with old things that we can't see in text, in normal conversation, but it's part of our culture and it's part of living beings. There's a lot that is unsaid about why people don't want to use old things, why they don't want to take things from others. It's okay if it's in your family, if it is passed down from generations, or that is something that is yours. But will they go and just take something off a thrift shop? Maybe not, because of the different kinds of associations that it may or may not have. And I find that particular in older generations. Maybe this Gen Z thinks differently, but every time we've had this kind of a question come up, this is something that always comes up from the ladies of the house. But what about the impact it will have? Pata nahi kiska hoga, why should we do this, and things like that. So that also brings me to another point that comes across very easily, and it's something that we have used very often to promote repairs, and that is the cost. Most people think that if it's cheaper, they will repair, because sometimes people don't want to be obvious that economics is an issue. But if you get something that is new and that is brought from elsewhere, of course the cost of it is going to be high. So this is a project that I did in Old Delhi many years ago. And if you see in the background, that is the owner, and that's a younger version of me. And this building was in a dilapidated state. And I said to him that, let's restore it. And that's another story for another time. But he said, yeah, let's throw out all of these old doors and windows and let's get new ones. And I said, but you have really good old wood that's so well seasoned and that's so nice. So he said, but what will my rishtedars say? They will say that I didn't even have money to get new doors. So he pushed forward and said that he had a friend who had a son-in-law, who had a brother-in-law who was used to import wood from Africa. So he insisted on getting these logs of wood from Africa because he had to show in his community that he was doing well. He was economically much better off. But when they tried to saw the wood, they just had like so many problems. So after the first lot, he abandoned the idea, and then all the gyan that I had given him about old wood, seasoned wood, local wood came back to me saying, "Arey beta, but this is such good wood, good quality wood, you don't get this kind of wood anymore, so we will repair." So I think what is most interesting when we talk about repair and restoration, it's not always the textbook language that works, but it's also about how do you get to the psyche of the person. Now in this case, we wanted to do this China mosaic flooring that was authentic to the site, but he didn't want to do it because he thought that, but nobody does this anymore. We didn't have the labor to do it. It was sort of a dying art. And then these are architecture students and young professionals from my office, and we worked with the craftsmen to show them it's possible to do, and it's actually quite cheap to do. So there were a lot of things that require a lot of frugal innovation. Most of these things are not written in books. Most of this knowledge exists with craftsmen and people, and I think what we have learned on the job is that there's a lot of frugal innovation in Jugaad that happens on site, and that really promotes repair. In this case, this is a lime chakki that we had installed in the courtyard of the Haveli in Old Delhi. It's made with a second-hand motor from a tractor that was procured from Meerut, 2 wheels of an idli mixer, and a rod that from somewhere, and there was a lot of trial and error that was done to be able to get the speed right to make sure we could make homemade lime mortar. Now this is in 2010, where you couldn't buy lime mortar off the shelf, and so there was a lot of jugaad that we had to do. And I think that's one of the reasons we are Jugadopolis, because we realize that there is jugaad in everything that we need to do to be able to achieve what we wanted to do. This is a photograph of this glass, which was very common in old colonial buildings. You'll go anywhere, you'll see it, but you don't get it anymore. And originally there was colored glass, and now only, but after a lot of search, we found that in one gully in Jama Masjid, you would get white. So I said, okay, let's make a compromise. We'll just put plain glass. The next time I went to site, suddenly I saw all the glasses were colored, and I asked the owner, how did he do it? And he said, just jugaad. He took it, he painted it in, spray painted it blue, because blue glass is not made anymore. This is, again, these were the original cast iron grills that we had in the Haveli, and the owner had a stainless steel utensil manufacturing company. And so he said, okay, what do you want? I said, I want these cast iron grills. So he took it, he made a pharma, and he created it in his own factory, saying, it's not that difficult, I can do it. So the point I'm trying to make is, when someone wants to do it, they will definitely find different ways and different solutions of achieving if they believe in it. So the real point is to believe in the idea of repair, renovation, restoration. And this is an example of a Haveli that I did recently. So there's a 10-year gap in this. And here, the entire cast iron railing has been brought from the salvage market in Shekhawati and put in Old Delhi. So in 10 years, there's been a shift in mindsets about recycling, reusing, and having to find salvage shops where you can actually get all of this material. Which brings me to the point about what we are going to do about it, and that's why we started the Restoration Toolbox. And in the Restoration Toolbox, I think we've had the opportunity to promote repairs. This is a picture from the hands-on workshop that the students were talking about in Mussoorie, where they actually work with the hand, and most of this material is procured locally. This is another picture of showing how most of this wood is more than 130 years old, and it has been painstakingly repaired. And the whole idea of this particular project was that there was a limited budget, and how they applied repair as a strategy to achieve their dream. Because wholesale replacement was not an option. This is old, seasoned Deodar wood, and then they found some extra wood lying around somewhere in the site, and they carefully used it and made sure that they could actually get what they wanted. And all of this is being done by the client and his carpenters, where we are just giving them advice. So again, the point is that we realized in this journey that if you empower people, they can find their own solutions. And that's what the restoration toolbox set out to do. So all of these windows are now restored. The chalk huts and the frames are all 130 years old, and the mullions is what was added by the carpenters in the restoration process, in actually achieving exactly what restoration sets out to do. So through the Restoration Toolbox project, we at Jugadopolis have been in the process of building professional capacity, because in an architecture school, nobody teaches you how to repair. Adaptive reuse is an elective when it should actually become mainstream, because we're talking about, I mean, everybody works on an old building, whether it's your grandparents' house or a house in your neighborhood. But we need to make it more mainstream. These conversations should not be about an old fort being converted into a hotel, but it should be about repurposing every building. And that's what we're trying to do through the Restoration Toolbox, and giving an opportunity for students to learn on the job. And these are just some pictures of what we did in the Restoration Toolbox internship program. The building here is the town hall at Delhi, which has been closed for 13 years, ever since the municipality moved out and left it to decay. And through the Restoration Toolbox, we are trying to create maybe a viable use for it through student engagement. And this is the lot who was at JSA trying at Mussoorie, seeing how things are actually done. And I think Mussoorie is a great example of how we were able to achieve a lot with little budget by using correct strategies and methodologies of correct repair. And which brings us to what we have created through the toolbox. It's been talked about a lot in the last session, the free tools and resources. And these are actually the pictures of what the manuals the students were talking about, the DIY manuals with. And I'd like to say here that these manuals are created by students like you. We created them over a period of 2 years through online virtual internships, and everything is student-led. Jugadopolis is a young people and student-led movement where our aim is to empower students and young people to do things about their built environment. And I'd just like to quickly end about what we were able to achieve in the Restoration Toolbox over the last 9 months. And I'm very proud to say that it's been a lot and it's taken a lot, but this is only the beginning. We're looking at doing much more. So all I'd like to say is please join our community. Do explore the toolbox, collaborate and join the movement, because repair, restoration, reuse, repurposing is the way forward. Thank you.
Fellow panelists to come on the stage again, but okay. But I think I'll just my compliments to Aishwarya for putting out everything so lucidly. And sorry, I have a bad throat. You know, something that she said struck with me, that it's restoration and looking at repairs should become mainstream, even in teaching. You know, it is.
Ours is the only school which is, it's not an elective, it's in the main coursework, not only one but 4 courses.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, and so wonderful. And it's so wonderful to hear this about. It's a big hand to you for, you know, thinking about it, about restoration. And how beautiful they are, how wonderful. Can you imagine if you had to demolish it? How much of waste would be done? What will be the greenhouse gas emissions? What will be the carbon footprint of all this? You look at the environmental perspective, then you realize what it means and what it means to restore, how little an effort it takes to restore. She also talked about mindsets. How do we change these mindsets? It's very important. Why for younger generation is not cool? Carrying an old mobile phone is not cool. Why? Why so? Why you have to have the latest of the iPhones? Why is it so? I don't understand this. Why should it be this way? So, you know, these are some things that we will debate and discuss. So we have another presentation. Professor Abu, yeah, we'll like to listen to you about repairs and how do we bring repairs into the architecture of the whole thing. About how do we start designing for repairs? Can we design products for repairs? Can we make products for repairs? Is it possible? Because today your phones can't be repaired. I think you have to throw once your battery is down. You have no way. Okay.
आप कर दो. Yeah. Hello everybody. I am going to talk primarily from the perspective of buildings. How can we talk about the importance of repair in buildings? And the idea is to talk about repair in the context of carbon emissions and India's commitment to go net zero by 2070. So that is what I am going to talk about. And don't worry, I don't have any boring data and statistics and all of those kind of things. So hopefully it is going to be interesting. I'll just start with what is this about. So there are three questions that we are going to talk about. The first is, what is the scope of repair in the context of buildings? The second is, what is the scale of reduction of carbon emissions that we can achieve when we talk about repair in buildings? And how should be our approach? Okay. Of course, I was lying. There are going to be figures and statistics and everything. So yeah. So actually, most of you must have heard about the whole idea of circular economy and how we should not be going through a linear approach, but we should actually be going through a circular approach when we talk about buildings. So इसमें कर रहा है काम? नहीं ये pointer nahi aa rahi. Acha, okay. So I was just saying that, so this is what the circle of building is about. You have the production and the construction stage, then you have the use stage, and then you have the end of life stage. And the idea is to kind of complete this circle and not let resources go to waste, right? And on the right hand side, you can see the amount of carbon that actually is kind of emitted because of these activities. So you have the upfront carbon, you have the operating carbon, and you have the end of life carbon. And then this is the global mandate that the World Green Building Council is actually talking about. These are some of the key principles: how to reduce energy demand, how to measure and disclose carbon, how to generate balance from renewable sources, how to improve verification and rigor. And this statistic and this image is actually very self-explanatory. I will not be going into that. What are India's net zero goals? So this is how India actually stands compared to other countries in the world in terms of carbon emissions. So India is at, you can see where India is at. It's actually at 1.9 per capita tons of carbon emissions. But of course, when you multiply this with the number of citizens and the number of people, it actually becomes a huge number. And there are these 5 guarantees that India has kind of given. 5 promises that India has given, and this is basically the roadmap to become net zero. So dependency upon renewable energy, decrease in fossil consumption, reduce total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons, so all of these kind of things. What we have achieved so far is again this story. So lot needs to be done in that thing also. So very important thing is that what is the need? Why are we talking about all of these things? This is how so this is the complete circle of emissions, and what we are focusing upon is the shaded portion, where you have 27% from building operations. So when the building is constructed and commissioned, the whole life cycle of the building, which is roughly 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, depending upon the building, that comes under building operations. So it's a humongous 27%. 6% is during the construction stage, and 7% is about other construction industries. Again, there are 2 kinds of carbon emissions that we have to understand. One is embodied carbon, one is operational carbon. We are actually going to primarily talk about embodied carbon, but also embodied carbon which actually we can save through repair, right? What is the scale of reduction? Now, this is the most important part of the presentation. Global building floor area is expected to double by 2060. Okay. Now, the idea of repair is to minimize new construction, right? The more we can reduce new construction, the more we can reduce the need for new building area, new buildings, and all of those kind of things. So we can actually attack the need side or the demand side, so to speak, by actually finding ways of repairing buildings and reducing carbon emissions because of that. This is a very interesting statistic which actually tells you what is the contribution of operations and utility management in terms of carbon emissions in a building. So you see at the top, very almost minuscule, negligible, 1% goes when you are designing into the design stage. 69 plus 28, which is 97%, is actually the carbon emissions caused by buildings go into products, go into the construction, go into the operations and the utility management of buildings, right? So what we are going to focus upon is basically this, and then you have, these are the various breakdowns of that 97%. What are internal walls, doors, fittings, furnishings, roofs. So the more avenues that we can find and the more building components then that we can kind of repair and we can renovate and we can retrofit, instead of actually putting it to waste and going for new materials or virgin materials in that sense, the better it is for us, and the more we are nearer to fulfilling our net zero carbon promise, right? This is also a very interesting statistic which basically tells you that 74% of the energy which a building consumes over its lifetime, and so therefore 74% of the carbon emission and the harmful impact on the environment of the building actually happens on the operational phase, right? And new constructions and all of those kind of things are actually part of it. So again, there is a huge scope, because once a building is built, I mean, a construction of a building takes what, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, but the lifespan of a building is what, 50 years, 60 years, 75 years, right? So the more we can extend that lifespan and the more we can actually minimize the construction activity within the operational phase, that is where we are going to achieve the maximum amount of savings, right? And then this is also a very interesting statistics, just to give you some numbers, that if you see on the right side is basically on the x-axis you have the carbon emissions. So it is basically in kilograms of carbon dioxide emitted per meter square of built up area. On the right side there are two cases. One is a building which is a new construction. The other is a building which is a refurbishment or again a retrofitting or a repair kind of a case. And you see that the difference is almost like double. So we are standing at 1100 kg CO2 per meter square if we are going for refurbishment, and it actually goes to 1800 kg CO2 emitted per meter square if we go for new construction, right? So what I'm basically trying to say is that if the whole this whole panel started with Mr. Satish talking about climate change and the impacts that it has on our lives. So if we really want to do something which has a very significant impact, these are the avenues that we have to think about. So this is the scale that we are looking at. A simple house actually has almost what, 20,000 kg CO2 embodied in it, right? So it has basically came into existence because of this much amount of carbon which has been let out into the environment, and this is the impact. So there is a huge scale and there is a huge scope for savings and for betterment, right? And again, these are the distributions. So if you see, out of the total 1,000, 600 is actually what we can repair, right? So it is actually going into the frame of the building, so the structural system, the concrete, the RCC, the steel. We are talking about the floors, we are talking about the roof, we are talking about the walls, and we are also talking about the building components, which Aishwarya was also mentioning: windows, doors, internal walls, external walls, all of those kind of things, right? And so this is how you basically, this is the pathway or the route to become net zero. You basically start with passive and active and operational on-site measures. So you see the first the first tower on the left, and then you reduce it, and then you reduce it, and then you finally do the final reduction by doing transformations, by doing reusing. That actually enables you to build less, right? That actually enables you to build cleverly, build efficiently, right? So this is how we basically go about it. And so I would come to the final segment of this talk, which is basically how should be the approach? How should we approach this, right? So, my argument is that it's not really a very simple line to circle kind of a binary, okay? What actually happens is very interesting. You basically, there is a line, and you basically try to curve that line into a circle. In most of the projects, we are not able to achieve a perfect circle because there are lots of wastes and there are lots of things which are actually going past that circle, right? So we basically have to move from line to a curve. So basically try to minimize the waste in the building, try to reuse as much as possible so that the entire value chain is contained. When we talk about the word repair, right, what does it basically mean, right? So, it basically means kind of putting things back together, right? Making something ready to its previous stage, right? So we have to understand this word and we have to stick with this word, because if we really understand this word, it calls for a very imminent approach. It calls for a very local approach, right? If a particular system in the building is not working, and most of you are architecture and design students of the built environment, if a particular thing is not working, it does not really mean that you completely dismantle the thing and you completely start things afresh. You basically have to intervene very imminently at that particular system, at that particular location, right? And you just have to put things back together to how they were, right? So it's very smart, it's very clever, it's very efficient also, right? And it's very intelligent, right? And so this is what I was basically talking about, that you start with a linear approach, you actually go for a recycling kind of an approach, and then you try to close the circle as much as possible, as much as you can do, right? So you take things, you make things, then you consume things, and then you throw away things. So how can we actually incorporate the idea of reduce, reuse, and recycle into this particular approach, which is ironically the course also which I'm teaching right now. And the final thing is that once we have made that circle, it's also important to understand how big the circle is, right? So sometimes the circle can be very big. So the diameter of the circle and the circumference of the circle is also very important. And so from the left side, we need to move to the right side, where everything is kind of connected with each other and things are talking to each other. The various kinds of stakeholders are talking to each other. There are frameworks, there are systems in which all of this is actually becoming workable and viable, right? And so a very good example of this, which everybody of us can understand, and people who are my age and who are slightly elder to me can understand, is that there are two ways in which we can live our lives, and both will work for some time. One is that I can eat whatever I want to, I can drink whatever I want to, and I can do whatever I want to do with my body, and there is a doctor who can give a medicine for that also. I can overeat, and there is a medicine for actually overeating also, right? And it actually works for many people, right? The other thing is that one can respect the body and not overeat, right? And so the whole necessity of the medicine would not be there, right? The only thing which is happening in the second case, not happening in the first case, is of course one thing that we have been hearing from childhood: prevention is better than cure. But also the thing that the first approach is not sustainable, right? We keep using this term sustainability. It basically means something that you can really do over and over and over again without really affecting the system through which it is being done, right? So the problem with the first approach is, and this is of course an analogy, I want you to understand, I'm not really serious about your health, I'm serious about buildings, that we cannot really do this with buildings. What I mean to say is this, that there are industries and market forces and systems in which you can actually emit as much as possible and then maybe try to do carbon trading and try to do offsets by making some kind of a forest in some part of the world, right? Many students and some professionals and people actually think that, you know, the only answer to carbon emission is putting more and more solar PV and solar panels and renewable energy onto rooftops. That's not the solution, right? Because it's again, it's actually going back to the same thing, that you eat and eat and eat and then you take a medicine, which is actually not going to work. Also, because this is not it's not just only about your body. The thing that we are doing is actually impacting the entire planet, not just humans, but non-humans also. So this is why repair is actually very, very important. And I would just end on this note that, you know, in the end, every society produces its migrants, right? Waste is also, in some sense of the word, we should not be thinking about migrants in a very human-centric manner. Waste is also some kind of a migrant, and the idea is not to produce migrants in the system that we are working. And repair has actually the potential and the scope and the significance and the, the opportunity, and, you know, it has the thing to really, you know, help us reduce carbon emissions in buildings, right? That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abu. I think that was very interesting, very enlightening. But you know, when I was just wondering that when I look at Delhi today as a city, you got an FAR increase, and every colony of Delhi is demolishing the buildings. Look at the irony and look at what are we doing to our cities. He said that you need increased this thing, double almost the flooring area by 2060. And I look at it, how things are happening, that every building in a society which is 3-story is being converted to a 5-story building because everything is being demolished. Can we understand what is the quantum of waste and what is the quantum of new material which is being used in it? It's absolutely criminal. But anyway, that's something for policymakers and for regulations and certain amount of guidelines and frameworks to be developed, which is actually happening in many other sectors. Let me tell you this. That's the good news that I can share with you, that some of the sectors are very clearly defining the guidelines for circular economy. And now I'll talk about it later, but I'll now request Paras to talk about the fast fashion and the clothing sector as to what is happening there and how do we think of repairs in that.
So very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Satish sir and OP Jindal University for having me here. Before I go, towards talking about repairs and circular economy, I'll just want to brief the students of what we do. So, Doodledge is a sustainable fashion brand, and again, as Abu said, sustainable is a very widely used term. True, that's been used and abused by into many aspects. So back in 2012, we conceptualized Doodledge when sustainability in fashion was very unheard of. Unlike any other, idea, you always go to your peers and discuss about it, and everyone said that it'll never work because fashion, as individuals, we are made to believe that fashion is disposable. You just use it and you throw it away. There's no second thought about it. But 10 years, maybe let's move 20 years back, as a generation, we were brought up in a certain way that everything was hands me down, everything was repaired from generations to generations. Especially things like pashmina or a silk sari was handed over to the next generation because it had a certain financial value and obviously had certain emotions connected to it. Over a period of time, we have consumed so much, and we're consuming it at such a pace that we feel that it's okay to use and discard fashion. And doodlage was a byproduct of that industry. So primarily what we do is we take anything that's termed as discard in the whole value chain of fashion and try to reuse it and upcycle it to make wearable garments for like primarily into women's wear. While doing the process, whatever is left out, we collect that, we panel that and make accessories for our own brand. Even then, if there is anything that we that is the smaller pieces and the cutters that are left out, which are chindis or cutters, we try to repurpose it into making handmade paper. So hence giving a zero waste life cycle to original material, which was anyways a discard from the fashion industry. While doing this, obviously there's a whole value chain that's been attached, and we realize that this can only be done if you design the brand in such a way that everything is accounted for, and rather than just jumping into and making a collection saying that it's a sustainable collection. So design was the key element, and the one philosophy that we always believed in was that waste is always a design flaw. It's nothing else. So you have to make sure that how you're while designing, make sure that how you're using it. Then to 2014 we started Doodlage. We started doing these collections, and have done like a lot of events, experiential workshops to promote the whole idea of sustainability. Right now, the collection is rather upcycled, or we've also there's too much of our research and development happening in this space, and we've started using alternate materials to see how can they create a better impact on the environment rather than just using something that's that people just go buy off the shelf. In the whole journey, we also try to educate the consumer a lot on what is the true cost of fashion, which is not just paying like X amount of money to acquire a piece of garment. And it's and we're blessed to have so many resources, but again, at the end of the day, we are also consuming all of those resources to make fashion for the larger audience. So that's what we do at Doodlage. And as I said, that over a period of time, we've done a lot of workshops, a lot of engagements, a lot of swap events, where we try to educate and interact with as many people as possible, first to educate them and make them understand that it's like as Indians, we always used to value repairs. I don't know where is that conversation lost now.
Thank you so much. I think it's very eloquently put together as to you can have sustainable fashion, and he's just proven it that yes, he's doing sustainable fashion. And one important thing that I picked up from his talk was also about how do you design it. So the whole thing is about designing it so that you minimize waste or reduce waste to the extent that is possible. And I think this is the whole concept about circular economy. Is about how do you design products, how do you bring in efficiency at every stage, and how do you conserve resources in say. So I will now ask Preeti to talk about some of it, and especially focus on design elements of what do we understand by design, and also about minimizing waste and what is happening today in the Ministry of IT and what we are doing as Toxis Link for bringing circular economy policy frameworks and guidelines for the Ministry of IT. So I would like Preeti to talk about it a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you Aishwarya and OP Jindal University for making me part of this. Bringing back the conversation to circular economy in different sector, I just would like to highlight one key element. If you're looking at Global Overshoot Day, there's a concept of Overshoot Day. And this time it was August 3rd. So we are looking at something where the kind of resources which are required and how much do we use it within the year. So actually we have we've used the amount of resources that we were supposed to use this year by August 3rd. Whatever we use beyond this is actually, we're eating into additional resources. Even if we look into a material like plastic, for India, Plastic Overshoot Day is calculated more from the terms of, how much can we manage the waste from plastic and how much are we producing. And for India, it was, I think, sometime mid-January that we actually overshoot plastic, for India. Though globally it was July, for India it was January itself. So we are not even able to manage what we, kind of create. Obviously that brings back to the question of, are we, which I think was mentioned initially itself, that we are using more resources than we can manage or we can produce, which will, eventually obviously end up in we running out of resources. And that's, kind of brings me to one key element where we see repair which was there or was, pretty vibrant and which is now almost a dying art. When we look at, sector like electronic and automobile, a lot of these policies which are framed around it are, kind of geared towards design for dump. So now even if you, I just generally ask the audience here, how many of you have a phone which is more than 2 years old? Can you just show me? Yeah. So, and how many have less than 2 years? So you see a number of hands which are less than 2 years, and that goes on, getting shorter and shorter. When I, used to have this conversation almost, 7-8 years back, I remember I used to ask this question as to, how many of you have a phone which is 5-year-old? I can't even ask that question now because I think there'll be maybe 1 hand or 2 hand if I ask that, how many of you actually have a phone which is 5 years old. So this is also because a lot of phones earlier or a lot of your electronics, when we're talking about a television or a refrigerator or a washing machine, used to be repaired many a times, and that meant it almost, kind of lasted more than a decade. Obviously, like Aishwarya had put in her presentation or spoke about it, there is obviously a Gen Z and us. So somebody, old like me has seen refrigerators which lasted almost 2 decades. And now I think we can't even think about it. I have a television which is 25-year-old at home. Obviously, it is not compatible with, compatible with the new streaming systems which are there. But then, unfortunately, that's what the cost is, that, people do not make it in a way that it's compatible. People are not adapting technology to make it easier for me to use it. It's going reverse. Technological advancement should be something which makes it convenient for me to keep on using things or making it, with the advanced technology, they should be able to make it compatible. But unfortunately, it's going in the reverse. And that brings me back to what Satish was trying to raise, that, eco-design is at the key of it. When we're looking at how products are designed, whether we are talking about electronics, we are talking about automobile, or we are talking about any product which is made of any material, we are designing for dump. When they design it for corporation, the profit right now, if we look at the economics of it, profit lies in selling new products, not in something where they can repair or whether they can, kind of upgrade or, kind of innovate in that. So there is no profit there. The whole policy, conversation or the policy framework in the country or in the globe when we talk about is geared towards profit, if you sell new, and not profit if you kind of repair or refurbish or, you know, kind of upgrade. So, you know, every time, my phone is almost 5 years old, and every time I know that I upgrade it software wise, which is mandatory if I want to keep on using it, my camera goes weaker, my sound goes weaker, so the system becomes slow. So the companies which are making them are making it in a way that, you know, it doesn't last more than that. I have to change it. I'm forced to change it. I think the key element is, how do we, you know, incentivize something like Nico design? How do we incentivize that the corporations and people are interested and it is feasible for them to actually offer you repair? We have been working, as was mentioned, we are working with Ministry of IT, and we are trying to bring in a policy for eco-design. You know, for example, right now, even if you look at, and though I wouldn't like to name brands, but there are a couple of brands, when you're looking at phones, there is no possibility of repair, and even if you go for repair, it's so expensive that you can't really get it done. Most of the times they phase out the spare parts, or the spare parts are not available. I have you know, a laptop where every time there's a new edition of that laptop comes in, the charging point has already changed. So I can't even use the same charging point for the next laptop that I have of the same brand. And similarly with the phone. You know, with some concept like universal charger, that is changing. Now we have, you know, pretty much a uniform charger like a C-type, where they are trying to reduce the material. But then I think that's only a very small part of the solution. There is a lot to be done in the segment of repair. Especially if, you know, not, I think a lot of conversation when it happens for repair is happening at the downstream level, that, you know, once the product has come into waste stream, let's set up repair hubs or try and repair them or promote repair. But I think the conversations should begin at upstream and, you know, at the eco-design stage. So that the products are designed in a way that they could be repaired, they could be upgraded, they could be recycled. Which is the last resort. But I think that's where the conversations have to be shifted, that how do we bring in repair from eco-design perspective, from, you know, at the design stage itself and not really at the end stage. And that is true for each sector. I would, you know, kind of, there was a lot of conversation which was happening earlier on automobile as well. And, you know, I would like to point out here as well that if you look at, you know, Delhi policy for vehicles, it's 15 years and, you know, you have to discard, there's no choice. Even if I have, for diesel vehicle only 10 years and for petrol vehicle 15 years. So 15 years, and even if my car is in perfect condition and I have probably run only, you know, kind of 10,000 kilometers, I have no choice but to discard. I think that's when you see the policy is clearly geared towards disposal and not really towards repair and, you know, maintaining your products well. You can't maintain your products well because, you know, it's not meant to run. So I think that's where the, I think, dichotomy is, and that's where I think the problems are. So it needs to be addressed. There is, if you look at a website which has been developed by the government on right to repair, there are 4 sectors which have been included in that. But there is a lot of, I would say, tokenism in there, and there is a lot of effort which needs to go into it, and I think it needs to. I mean, I'm glad that we are sitting in a university or an educational institute, because that's where the thinking has to change, because that's where people will be designing products, and that's where people will be building, you know, new, constructing new buildings. I think that's where the core is, that how do we design things which will last long, which also, you know, kind of brings me to something which Aishwarya was raising during her presentation. Few years back when I was building my home, I was looking at an old, you know, kind of a technique which was cement flooring, which was there in my home, original home, and which has lasted about 70 years. And I could not find a, you know, kind of a mason who could actually do that kind of, you know, flooring. Which means as we, you know, kind of move ahead, we are losing a lot of these art, and that would happen with the repair as well. We will not have, you know, people who could repair your phones or your refrigerators or any of the objects that you want. And that's, I think, the big worry that I have, that are we, you know, losing this art of repair, which was very, very vibrant in India, and which was there culturally, I would say, embedded in India. So I think that's my, you know, real worry when we're talking about repair.
Thank you. I think very interesting discussion. So one thing that Preeti mentions is India, culturally, we were very used to repair. We all, you know, it was part of the life, a part of mindset that we believed in repair. We believed in, you know, the first thing that came to mind, something went wrong, इसको ठीक करा लो जा करके जल्दी से. और हर एक शहर में पास में ही कोई न कोई होता था जो रिपेयर कर देता था. आज की तारीख में दिल्ली जैसे शहर में या मेट्रोज में you don't find these crafts. These skills are dying. And I give this example at many places I've given this. एक होता था जिसको कहते थे हम लोग रफू. आप जानते हैं इसको? कितने लोग जानते हैं रफू? जानते हो आप लोग? पहले हर एक ड्राई क्लीनर के पास में एक रफू वाला बैठा होता था. आज की तारीख में आपको रफू वाला बहुत कम मिलेगा. जो आप कह रही थी, so there is another question that comes to my mind. Why these skills are dying down? Is it just because we are throwing it? Or these skills are not able to support themselves, the kind of profession or livelihood that they are in? So what is the dichotomy? I do not know. So how can repairs be made more sustainable, more, you know, kind of livelihood that it supports? I think that's something that I want to ask you all as to what is the real dichotomy? Why? There's one thing is about the mindset that Aishwarya said, ki, you know, how can I use something which is so old? How can I just refurbish it and use an old, you know, bed or a cot, something which I don't know whose it belongs to? That's a mindset issue. But the other mindset is also that let me have the newest acquisition. And that's there with many of you. Let me be very honest, that I want to, it's such an aspirational society that I want to have the latest. And that is why I'm willing to discard a completely serviceable kind of a gadget that I have in my possession. So this is another mindset issue that we are, because also for a reason that I can't upgrade it. It is not easily upgradable. If that phone or if that computer or if that tablet could be upgraded to the next version by just removing one module and putting in a new module. Now that option is not available with me. So these are all the challenges that we have. So what do you think about this question of, you know, does this repair livelihood, does it support, does it make it sustainable for people? Why is it dying in largely in metro cities? Also there are other kinds of things, you know, but you also have, you know, repair like Urban Clap or Urban Company, and then you have something else which is happening. You have what is that second-hand goods this thing website that you, OLX is there. So there are certain things which have come up now. But what do you all have to say about it? What is the dichotomy between both? Or see, one more thing is that the companies push for new things. They don't allow, how will they allow their own products to be refurbished or repaired and resold? How does it work?
So it's a very valid question, and you know, it occurs to me it's very different. Like every industry has its own specifics, so we can't generalize, you know, it. And no matter how much we push it, but it's still to do with the, you know, the actual financial or the environmental value of the product that we are getting into. Something like an automobile can still, you know, as an industry, they've thrived, and it's been proven that there are different ways to refurbish it or reuse it, which might not be very specific to something like fashion. Now, I feel that repair can become mainstream if it is, you know, more from a behavior perspective that we try to push it. accessibility is another problem, but again, as Aishwarya also mentioned, if there's a will, there's a way, right? So you still find a you know, Rafu guy to do it, but again, it's harder to find now. These parallel economies will only you know, prosper or get they'll exist if there is a constant demand from the consumer. The consumer right now, you know, we're talking about Gen Z a lot, and the data says that Gen Z is still very okay about thrifting or buying you know, repairing their stuff or buying secondhand from even from India, which was never used to be. So there are a lot of thrift corners that are popping up across the country. We have done some pilots where we have seen that this exists. We did a pilot with Decathlon, where Decath had, you know, due to some FDI norms, couldn't resell whatever was whatever had a QC issue, but they donated all of that to Doodlish, and we did like a second-hand shop. We called it the Goodness Shop, and everyone was okay buying it. So the consumers are the same who were consuming from regular Decath and had come to the second-hand shop where they say they saw these products which were minorly repaired and were getting acquired. To your initial question, I think my submission is still that, you know, it's very specific to industries. Every like automobile policy for what she said, I faced a very similar problem, and that 10 years my car was fine, but I had to discard it. But there are certain environmental aspects that were there. So if, again, it goes back to design, if they were designed better for a better use, maybe they could have lasted longer. A lot is in the automobile is being done around EV, and they say that even after 8 years, once you use the EV, you just have to change the battery. Again, it sounds really simple that you change the battery and there will be a longevity to the car, but what happens to the old battery? How are we using it? So again, it works both ways, but we have to strike the right balance, and I think that will come more from a consumer's perspective, and there could be other reasons to support it. There could be policy, there could be incentivizing them or whatever, but it has to be driven from the consumer side. As brands, as manufacturers, everyone has their own set of responsibilities, and if they are adhering to, I'm sure we would see that parallel economy forming and thriving.
So to answer, so one of the answer that I find to why we don't have repair is that paisa bahut aa gaya hai. So I think that is actually the thing, na, because first is that there is a lot of money now with people. The second thing is also that time nahi hai kisi ke paas. People don't have much time and don't have much patience. And the third very important thing is that from a very market perspective is that new stuff has actually become less expensive than it used to be, because of scalability, because of big corporates, because of so much number of the scale of production. So the unit size and the cost actually is not that much. I think these are some very practical and very personal things that I've seen in my life, in my family's life, and people around me in the same class. But I think what we are talking about, and something that we were discussing previously also, is that there are lots of questions which kind of come to the surface when we talk about repair. The first question is the question of scalability. That repair is an industry. As an industry, it is not scalable in that sense. No, like you will every example that everybody is talking about, Preeti, Aishwarya, and you, and we are all talking about. A shoe shop is kind of a scalable idea. The scalability exists, but the Rafu shop, the scalability does not exist. A tiling worker, mistri, mason, everybody knows how to put a tile, the 8 inch by 12 inch ki tile, whatever. But terrazzo, you will not find many mistries and many people who would be able to do that. So I think scalability is a very big hurdle in the thing. Now again, the moment it becomes scalable, then somewhat, I don't know whether we should talk about capitalism in this panel or not, but the problematic aspects of capitalism kick in, Capitalism cannot exist without waste. So, you know, all of those kind of problems also start, right? You see that, you know, even, I mean, and which is actually the problem with green sustainability, greenwashing, and all of those kind of things also, right? So I think the question of scalability is very important. It's a big hurdle. I think also the question of resistance from the existing market players and the market industries. Somebody who is actually, you know, already big time into new construction and new materials and stuff like that would definitely resist. But again, yes, car industry is a very good example. You would find the same website having two options, new cars and used cars, right? Many you know, car industry is an example. Food industry, for that matter, is also an example where they are actually doing course corrections. You know, talking about nutrition and this and that and all of those kind of things. Also the product industry. Most of now many products, many companies now are very seriously advertising and branding their sustainability quotient, their green quotient, and all of those kind of things. So yeah, I would say that, so these are two questions. Of course, the third question is the question of behavior. You know, being cool, being uncool. But again, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's very complex. You know, there's a very interesting film on Amazon called Gulabo Sitabo, which is based in Lucknow. In the whole film, when you look at the building, you know, you feel very fearful for the occupants because, you know, wo kabhi bhi niche gir sakti hai. But interestingly, and you don't actually pay attention to all the artifacts and the objects which are very, very antique. But the, you know, the end of that film is very interesting, where actually something which was actually purchased, I don't know, for 150 rupees, 200 rupees. I have just seen it once, so I don't remember the exact amount. A sticker of 1,25,000 is put at that old recliner chair, which Amitabh is using, and it is actually in a very hi-fi, you know, boutique antique shop. So it is also cool in that sense, but then it is also not cool in the sense that we are talking about, right? So I think we need to understand why, you know, what makes it cool, what makes it uncool, right? So I think we need to find ways of making it cool. I mean, you know, we might not like it. People should do it on their own, but yeah, I think that's the way everything works. That's the way the whole media campaign, everything works in that way. Even the whole idea of sustainability and people talking about energy savings has something to do with, you know, Irfan Khan talking about Cisca LED and many other actors talking about all of these kind of things. That's how you actually get down to masses. So I think we have to think about the media culture and the visual culture. And yes, last but not the least, policy and the question of policy and regulatory framework, that how people who are actually trying to move from materials which produce a lot of waste to materials which don't produce a lot of waste can actually find government support and policy support so that actually they can scale their businesses, right? So that would be some of my submissions. Yeah.
With the last few comments.
Just to add what Professor Abu said, I think yes, obviously there is a element that you know, it is cool to buy new or have new, and you know, the sustainability bit. You know, for example, I would like to also believe that, you know, though I am not too sure Paris would agree, but sustainability fashion is also, you know, a very niche kind of appeals to a niche audience and not really the growing middle class that we have. For growing middle class, it's still a new which is attractive or which is aspirational. And you know, I think in terms of why the repair is no longer so feasible, I think that's one of the reasons, especially when you talk about cities, is also that the workers who were there earlier or who are existing repair, you know, repair person, I think even, you know, living in a city, even their cost of living have gone up. So which means that they also need to escalate that price of repair. Earlier, the division, you know, between a working class and, you know, this was very stark, the repair people, and that was okay. Right now, it's not okay. They are also aspirational and they want a better living. So, but the people, you know, if you're looking at a middle class consumer, they want repaired products to be always cheaper. They're never going to treat it as par to a new, kind of a object, which means that you can't really pay that repair because the repair person also needs to live. So I think there are a lot of issues around economics of it as well. So it has to be done in scale and seen how this will change. But I think what Professor Abu also highlighted, I think it's about how do you make a repaired product aspirational or make it more fashionable. I think it's only happening in niche, but it needs to happen in mass. Otherwise, we won't really see this movement going too far.
Thanks a lot. I think we had a very interesting discussion, a lot of complexity on how repairs can become mainstream. But let me share some of my thoughts on it after listening to everyone. I think we need to talk about repairs much more. It has to become a mass. This thing, it has to come from consumers' end. There are a lot of things which the multinationals and the corporations will have to come forward, and they led to, when we talk about circular economy, I think it is all coming from the point of view of design and how you make products. You cannot be making products for obsolescence. You cannot design products for obsolescence. Who is going to pay the environmental cost? I wear that environmental hat and I'm questioning this. Who you make profits from this and who pays for it at the end of the day? So it can't be business as usual. That is not the way things are going to happen. So somebody has to take a hit at some point of time, and we need to ask industry to come forward and start accepting things in a different way. So it is impossible to have today as business as usual kind of a thing. And that is why today, when we are talking about circular economy, it is a movement, it is a philosophy which is gaining acceptance across the world. And I just want to share with you that we are working with the Ministry of IT, and we've given them a framework for the electronics industry to start incorporating the whole philosophy of circular economy. That means, how do you design product? How do you bring in recycled materials in your production process? Like, how do you bring plastics? How do you bring recycled gold? How do you bring recycled silver? How do you bring other kinds of material? Because the materials are running out. You don't have materials. We just did a paper on critical raw materials for the industry of electronics, and there are only so many materials that are available to you. You will not be able to produce many of these electronic goods because you also want to become the hub of production. So where do you get these materials from? You will not have them. So I think the moot question is, how do you look at resources? How do you define resources? And if you don't do repairs, and if you don't slow down the process of obsolescence and waste, you're going to be in a difficult situation, not now, maybe 20 years or 30 years down the line. So it is a very, very pertinent question, but I also like to say that, we want consumers to come up and say, no, I want my product to be repaired. I have a shoe which is opened up from the bottom. Can I get it pasted or not? Why do throw it? Sole is okay, the top is okay. Even if the top is not okay, can I get it fitted? I don't find anybody who can fit the top now. There's no one. Let me assure you. So there are many things that can be done. There are many repair cafes, repair shops which can start in your neighborhood, which we are not encouraging. There are no policies, there are no guidelines, there are no incentives for such things to happen. So I think there is a possibility of many of these things coming. And if you look at from the perspective of environment, they are absolutely critical. We cannot just say, look at the automobile industry. I'll just give an example of automobile industry. It's not about scrapping the car. It's about how you monopolize repairs. How have you monopolized repairs? A Hyundai can only go to a Hyundai. A GM can only go to a GM because you have kept all your spare parts with yourself. You have all kept this thing and you charge a phenomenal price for repairs. What is this? What is monopoly at this point of time? So why don't you open up? Why don't you give us circuit diagrams? Why don't you sell your spare parts in the open market? So these are very relevant questions when I'm reading about repairs. And this has gone to the courts. This has been there. I think this is the philosophy that we're talking about, that repairs has to become a mass movement. It can't be just left to somebody's whims and fancies. Well, even the construction industry will have to follow certain norms of, how you do it. Green deal and green design is one thing. But even looking at from the perspective of waste and looking at materials that we are using, how do we change some of these things? So these are all very, very valid, and I think we all need to talk about it. You people are there because I think you need to change thinking. And I'm sorry that I couldn't take any questions from the audience because the time is running out. But if anybody had one question, I can take one question.
I would
Yes,
also
lady.
request you to please tell your name before you ask the question.
One question. Yeah.
Maybe we can collect all the questions and then answer in one go.
How many questions we have?
3 questions, I think so. Oh my God.
Oh my
So maybe we'll have to choose 3.
How long do we have to lunch?
Can we take 2 or 3 questions then?
Okay.
As long as the panelists are not ready to eat immediately.
Hello, I'm Ayushi. Thank you so much for that talk. My question is in relation to, specifically in relation to Ms. Sinha and Mr. Sinha and Ms. Mahesh's talk. So you've already discussed that most things, are beyond repair because their elements get obsolete, but also there is this lack of documentation of knowledge of how these things were built. And this also, I think, stems from this revenue generation model that companies follow, which involves like certain forms of gatekeeping of information. So how important do you think archiving and documentation becomes to design to carry forward this conversation on repair and begin a conversation on a different approach to design? And how does one navigate through the revenue generation models where copyrights and patent systems stop these conversations from happening?
I think we're taking all the questions together.
Hello. My question was to Paris. I believe 60% of all clothing that we wear is plastic, so it's production, consumption, landfill. So by bringing it sort of back into the economy, you're really filling a big gap. But my question was, even though sustainable fashion is a big trendy topic now, it's still directed to a specific category of society. So how do you go about making people aware and making your products more accessible? This also goes on for sustainable architecture. Alternative materials, natural materials are a sort of solution to building this sort of circularity, moving away from concrete and steel. How do you promote more people to use it? Or if we're using concrete and steel, is it even possible to reach that outcome of a circular economy?
Can I?
Okay, I'll go ahead. So thank you for that insightful talk. My question was, for example, nowadays we are getting a lot of new products which are energy efficient. For example, in the case of refrigerators, in the case of cars. So in that context, the operational energy is way lower than the as compared to products that were of older products. So so how long? I totally agree with that, with the fact that repairing older products would help in reducing the waste. But how long can you keep repairing a product to also in keeping in mind that it'll probably gonna consume a lot more energy as compared to a newer product? So my question was about that.
I had a question. So, I wanted to ask that what role does digital engagement and social media play in our promoting and consumption of repair culture? Because social media has become a very important and day-to-day aspect of our lives. And on one side, there's the good side which Paras sir mentioned about the thrifting. A lot of thrifting culture has started because of its promotion on social media. But then on the other side, social media is again being promoted, as Preeti ma'am mentioned, that there are these companies that are promoting new products every year, and then you have to, like, they're advertised in such a way that you're keen on buying it. So to what extent is social media playing an important role in this repair culture?
Hello, I am Ishika. I'm from the 4th year of the architecture program. My question is to all of you. I wanted to know, to what extent do policy changes or something from an administrative position play a role in promoting repairs and a circular economy and sort of driving away from the buy, use, landfill model?
I think we'll take this much for now.
Do you want to go?
So maybe I'll start with the first question that was directed to me, which is around plastic and how sustainable fashion is still very age specific and how we targeting it. So first, I would like to clarify a couple of things, that plastic in fashion never used to exist. Again, it's a cost innovation somebody did somewhere and thought that this is the best way to use it. As a brand, we don't advocate it. At least try to be as far as possible, because recycled plastic is the easiest to produce, but has the most negative impact on the environment in all the ways. And even during the life, when it's washed, they tend to release more microfibers than virgin plastic. So that's a very big, space that we are trying to figure out more ways to use materials. As I said, go back to the design stage, use materials which are more eco-friendly and at the same time can be recycled. We've just done one part of our journey. There is the Doodledge 2.0 that we're trying to build. It's under pilot, where we're saying that what happens to all the garments that we are selling. So what are the buttons that we're using? What are the zips that are being used? What are the other threads that are doing? Because across the industry, it's very nylon that runs through. And somewhere that also syncs with the policy making question that somebody asked, that since there is fashion is, as people say, it's one of the biggest employers in the country. 6 out of 10 people are related to the value chain of fashion, second most polluting industry. But on the policy side, it still lacks a lot of things. Today, if anybody wants to open an export house and manufacture garments, trust me, it's as simple as it could be, as compared to opening a maybe an automobile repair shop or maybe a food joint. That's tougher than opening a fashion house right now. There are certain elements that one has to check in, but again, still very doable for somebody to start in. The second thing that you asked me about was, it's very age specific. So again, it's positioned in a way that people feel it's age specific. We try to communicate, and when we say this, Doodledge is not an alien brand. It's a regular clothing brand that is being made sustainably. So we try to get it to all age groups. One thing that obviously we are we're having our own set of challenges are like Preeti mentioned, that it's a thing for the select few because it's very niche, right? From the design side, we are trying to work as much as possible and make it more accessible. We don't do things like autumn winter collection, spring summer collection. Aisa kuch nahi. It's to say that why so seasonal, right? Why are collections being seasonal? Kisne start kiya tha ye? Who started all of this conversation? It's fashion. You just take it and do it. It's just better made fashion. To the point that that was there, that it's still for a niche. Yes, it's for a niche for a reason, because at the price points that we are trying to retail at, it's still not very mass. And the first thing that people come to us and it's like, is XYZ fast fashion brand is selling at 400 rupees for a t-shirt, and your t-shirt is 1200 right now. That XYZ brand is producing 1 million of one size, one color t-shirt. my whole collection is done in small batches. So we are trying to bridge that gap as much as possible. The agenda that we have taken personally is that we'll shrink more margins to give the price benefit to the consumer and make it more transparent, so that the consumer should also know that what is that is going to the artisan who's making it, what is that is going to the manufacturing process. And this is intentionally being done just to make the consumer more aware ki what are you paying for. Because when we go out, and I don't blame the consumers, like as consumers, if I go out, I buy something and I pay a price, I feel ki theek hai, I did my job, I paid the money and it's done. मेरी responsibility थोड़ी है that I go back and check कि किसने बनाया था, क्या करा था. वो तो manufacturer की थी ना, but he's not doing it clearly. So that is where we are trying to plug in that knowledge, where we feel that consumers should also start asking this and see what is the true cost of fashion, not just the price that you're paying for it. And it's a slow process. It'll take its time. So let's stick around. Let's do it. And I hopefully it'll be done one day. Yeah.
I just want to add something to what you said. When we talk of sustainable fashion, there's a certain sort of perception that people have. But actually, sustainable fashion is also everyday fashion. Like, for example, what our grandmothers have been doing, the sarees that we are wearing, they've been sustainable forever. And when coming back to the point of social media, when social media starts a hashtag 100 sarees packed and you need to wear 100 sarees, and then you beg, borrow, steal, take from your neighbor, and then it becomes fashionable, right? So I think it's also about broadening the scope. Like, we at Jugadopolis really believe in this, and you'll often find us in multiple sarees. Today I'm wearing my wedding saree, 15 years old, but that's what it is. So it's not about what is being marketed. It's also about what you believe in, what is the value of it, and how do you propagate that value ahead to the generation. It's very easy on Instagram to say let's do this, but can you maintain it after the trend is gone? And do you really believe in it? That is the only thing. If you believe in something and genuinely believe in something, is when it's going to be sustainable.
To carry the conversation from Aishwarya, yes, social media can probably play a huge role. But again, that can make you aware and make short-term maybe behavior change, but a long-term behavior change will come in with a lot more, kind of integration of those ideas, which again, social media can help. I'm sure, when somebody like Diya Mirza uses her mother's or grandmother's sari to make her wedding costume, it, attracts a lot of eyeballs, and people, can get influenced by that. But then it will only last for that long. It has to be, a lot more, kind of integration within, oneself, or, the whole concepts need to be integrated. I think some of the questions, one was on energy. I mean, I'll try to remember what question. One was on the energy bit, and yes, there is, I think there is, kind of, I would say, a thin line there, that yes, the newer equipments are more energy efficient, and the carbon footprint of your older equipment, if you keep on repairing, might be I think huge. So one has to look at how long. We are not saying that you never buy new things, so one has to evaluate that when you're looking at that. Is your older equipment energy guzzler, then you obviously need to move ahead. But also when you're buying, be careful about buying products which can be upgraded or which can be repaired. So bring in also the concepts of modular kind of design, where you can probably take out one component and replace it. Right now, for example, you can't really change your batteries in the phone because it's a fused battery which wasn't there few years back. So I think there is a thin line there, and that needs to be evaluated when you're looking at a new equipment. So I think that bit. There was a question on patent and copyright. So yes, obviously there is And that's why I think that also brings in some bit of, what Paras said. I think these niche market do exist, but then if repair or, kind of long use of any product or material, I mean, let's not talk about products, but talk about materials, is to be there. I think bigger corporations need to come in and do it themselves as well. Whether we are talking about fashion, where a person who's selling it 1,000 pieces cannot really come down on prices, but somebody who's selling 1 million pieces can. So there where it has to come in. When we're talking about repair in electronics sector, it has to be done by the brands also. They should be also selling repurposed phone and reused phones and repair up. You cannot keep exclusive repairs. If you keep those, then the cost will obviously be much, much higher. So you need to open up this sector. You need to have, I would also, which is something which I missed when I was speaking, that, we do read a lot of history, geography, science, maths, all these subjects. And yes, a lot of it is relevant, but a lot of it within that is not irrelevant. We never use it again. But we never are taught how to repair our products. Why aren't we taught that how can we, repair even smaller equipment ourselves? Why can't we learn how to file taxes ourselves? I mean, these are basic skills which are not taught in, our education system, which needs to come in. But then, yes, I think when we are talking about patents and, copyrights, I think that the policy will have to play a big role, especially when we're talking about electronics and things like that, because yes, there have been resistance because the corporates will resist, and I think there was some question about economics of it as well. And, obviously the market force will finally decide. But then I think it is about how a policy framework can encourage that. Can I make almost what I gain by selling a product? Can you make it similar kind of a system for repair? For example, a lot of companies in the West, I think, are getting into a conversation of leasing out equipment rather than selling equipment. So that then you keep on repairing. It's in your interest to repair and keep on giving your consumer the same good and not really replace it with a new one. So I think there the conversation has to shift on those cases and make it viable even for, kind of large corporations to repair and refurbish it. I don't remember if I missed out any question.
By and large. Yeah, I think we will. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand your question. So two answers to that. One is when you're talking about cost, you are not looking at an environmental cost of it. So you are only talking about the cost which you will pay to get it repaired. And yes, it is obviously more, and you would say, why should I spend another 5,000 getting my phone repaired, and 10,000 or 15,000 I'll get a new phone. You're perfect in saying as a consumer, right in saying that, but one, you're ignoring the environmental cost of it, which is going to come back to you, both in terms of, material paucity, which will happen soon, and two, the environmental cost in terms of the health, because these, phones which you discard are recycled in a way where those toxic materials are leaching out and your health gets impacted. So there is an environmental cost which none of us recognize or none of us put the cost in total. The second bit is your repair is becoming more expensive because the spare parts or the the product is designed in a way to make your products more expensive to repair. So I think that's where we are trying to shift the conversation to eco-design, that make the product easier to repair so that there is a minimal cost to repair or to upgrade it. And that's where the conversation will shift when we start addressing the issue from the upstream and not really downstream. When you look at downstream, yes, it will be always be expensive. But if we start looking at it from the upstream, I think the changes can be phenomenal.
Thank you all. I think it's been very interesting conversation. Just one question on policy. Somebody asked a question on policy. How does policy help? That was a question. Yeah, policies and guidelines, they do help. But if it is the final answer to everything, I don't believe so. No. But we need policies, we need guidelines, we need to hold certain companies who make profit accountable for certain things. We can't leave them all by themselves. Like I just mentioned to you, that if Hyundai or a GM, why can't they make their spares available outside? Why can't it be available in any shop? Why can't their circuit diagrams be available? Why can't an Apple phone circuit diagram, some of it be available through their repair agencies to much more this thing? The product support needs to come up in a much better way. They give product support for just so many years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. They don't give you beyond that. It can be done. It is possible to do. And that is what the whole fight about right to repair is. And that is what the changes that the environmental people across the world are asking, is that products should be made more repairable. And I think some things are happening in that direction. It'll take a long time. That's all I can say. But my wish is that you have a sustainable, fashion shop next to maybe Zara. It'll be a dream come true tomorrow if I see that. Or if I have a leather repair shop next to High Design in Gurgaon somewhere, and that is something a local artisans repairing a leather suitcase or a leather chappal sitting next to High Design, or repairing a belt from High Design into the next shop there. I think that's what I'm talking about, repair. Can this thing become a mass movement or not? Can this become a scalable livelihood opportunity or not? I think that's something that we need to talk about. We need to spread, and we need to change mindsets. It's about scale, it's about economy, it's about everything, but we also need to support some of it. And the government's policy about many of these things can support and help. How do we incentivize some of these things? So that is where it goes. So thank you all, and my compliments to all my fellow panelists, and especially to Paras, who came all the way from Dehradun. He wasn't here. So he made a commitment to me, and finally he made it possible to come here. And to Ashwarya, Preeti, and to Professor Abu, thank you so much. It's been such a lively discussion. Thank you. And to the audience, thank you very much. Thank you.
I would request our panelists to please wait on the stage for the felicitation. And thank you all. I would now request Professor Zaya Malpani, who's our Director for the Interior Design Program and the Center for Social Design for JSAA, to felicitate our moderator, Professor Mr. Satish Sinha, first. Dr. Aishwarya Tipnis. Can we have a round of applause, please? Ms. Preeti Mahesh. Paris. Professor Abutala. Open it up, open it up. Can we have a round of applause? Mr. Paras Arora. Thank you, Professor Malpani, and all our dear panelists. We'll break for lunch now, and we'll resume the session at 2:45. And yeah, sharp. And the next session would be our session 7 on adaptive reuse, circularity, and sustainability. So see you all at 2:45 p.m. sharp. Thank you. We are reconvening with session 7 post lunch. Session 7 is about adaptive reuse, circularity, and sustainability. In today's era of environmental crisis, we shift the focus of adaptive reuse from abandoned structures to repurposing all buildings for sustainability. Join us for a diverse Indo-European perspective where practitioners explore climate resilient, cost-effective, and sustainable construction, shedding light on policy challenges in sustainable development. Our moderator for the session is Ms. Hina Devi Singh, co-founder Jugaadu Police, and she'll be leading this conversation. We have two panelists who are joining us online. Can we switch it? Zoom link. Can you please open up the Zoom link? Okay. So, two of our panelists are joining us online. Mr. Hanslav Botis and he is a spatial professional with broad public and private experience. Ms. Barbara Middelhoff Program Manager, National Renovation and Transformation Academy. Offline we have Mr. Akshay Srinagesh, founder Archaeopteryx, Mr. Dhruv Sood, conservator, natural gardener. Okay. Oh, Dhruv is also online. Okay. So Dhruv and Karan are joining us online. Dhruv is a conservator, natural gardener, cabinet maker, and a subversive architect. Mr. Karan Parab is an associate architect, Myth Guild and Studio. Mr. Mohini Sri Purapu, founder and studio, is here offline. And Mr. Sachin Rastogi, founder, director, and principal, ZED Lab, is another panelist for today's session. I would request Mr. Hans to please share his presentation, and maybe we can start with him.
Well, good morning from here. Good afternoon for you. Thank you for the introduction.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
talking about price doubling, and some products are hardly available. So those driving forces, renovation, repurposing, and transformation will therefore be a driving force in the construction in the coming years. Very helpful in looking at circularity and sustainability of buildings is the model of Brent. It's every layer in this model has its own life cycle, and where stuff changes daily or monthly, services are to be replaced in, well, let's say 15 years, and the construction can be built for ages, and like the site is for eternal. So looking at this, each building layer has its own expected sustainability, and the layers of a building can be divided by these 6 S's like Brent is showing us. It is interesting and complex because at a point, the layers influence each other, and we have to take that into account. With that in mind, I will give you some state-of-the-art examples of sustainable reuse of existing real estate by the companies participating in the platform. For example, urban mining by New Horizon and the Nederlandse Bank, that's the Dutch National Bank. New Horizon believes in the circular economy as the new economic model. And New Horizon is, like they say, a native circular company. That means that they don't make the company little by little more circular, but they started the company with circular principles. So their company's sole aim is to create a circular economy, and they unconditionally share their knowledge. New Horizon changed the way how we look at buildings. They changed the way how we look at cities. They see every building as a storage place of valuable materials. They say the clients, our clients, they give us donor buildings. That's how they call them. And if they look at them, they see like, well, 300 concrete floor parts, or 85 stairs, or 100 of concrete columns. So what they do, they don't demolish, but they disassemble. A beautiful example of that is the Dutch National Bank. It's a big building in the middle of Amsterdam. And what they do, they took the inventory and assessed all components. They disassembled with care and loaded everything on the electric boats, because of it in the canals of Amsterdam. So it has to be electric boats. And they transported the components and the material to a site where they stored them and made them suitable for a second life. Well, the results are 3 wins: benefit for the environment, profit for the future users, and benefit for our society. Because of the large scale of harvesting, they can make materials with all the materials they harvest. So these are some of the products. And I think the last one, the worthy circular valuation, is a really nice one to name, because that's more like a service. And what they do, it's the first ever property valuation model that takes account of circular building materials. My second example is the One Block City by Era Contour. Era Contour has been developing, realizing, and renovating places. They strong neighborhoods and happy residents is their ambition, and they develop, build, and renovate their project both in-house and for third parties. They see that the housing market has changed, and more than ever, the consumer has a say in and decides what should be made. And One Block City is a successful answer to that. What they did. It is a renovation project of 50 buildings or houses in Rotterdam. And by only renewing the shell of the former corporation buildings, and after merging the spaces, so behind the shell, behind the facade, to various types of homes, a buyer gets the maximum freedom to create a home completely to his or her own liking, her own taste, the pace they want to use, and the budget they have accessible. And this resulted in 64 unique homes behind the facade of 50 houses. And the facade was completely restored. What you see is that the buildings had deteriorated and the maintenance wasn't carried out no more because demolition was committed. Era Contour, they had subsequently turned the uniqueness into a feasible renovation concept, One Block City. And according to the concept, rental properties were available and completely renovated and sold. And what they did with the other properties, they only made the, how do you say it? The shell, the outer shell of the building was tackled. So the foundation was completely renovated, the facades were completely restored and fitted with new windows and frames, etc. And the roof was also renewed and restored. My next example is the donor skeleton by IMD. IMD is an engineering company. It has been saying for years that there is a lot of potential in buildings that are on the list of demolition. And the steel from those buildings is often processed into scrap. While the donor skeleton, as a donor skeleton, it could be given a much higher quality purpose. Old buildings to be demolished that donate parts of their construction for new buildings to be built. That's the idea of the donor skeleton. Skeleton, I should say. Biopartner 5. What they did, they used the steel of a nearby university building. So on the left side, you see the donor building nearby the university building, and they used the steel for the new Biopartner 5 laboratory at the Leiden Bioscience Park. The new construction is made of not less than 165,000 kilograms of steel. The steel was dismantled, moved for 750 meters, and was processed on site. Dus through its unique scale and working method, Biopartner 5 shows the promise of a large-scale reuse in construction. On the left side, you see the construction for the new building. They call it double circular, not only because they use the steel from a donor building, but also because they designed it with as little welding as possible, so they can be dismantle the building after they won't no longer use it at this site. So it will be accessible for a next building as well. The lab building can be taken apart and rebuilt, so it's double circular. Well, not only parts of buildings can be transformed. Of course, there are a lot of beautiful buildings that you want to keep. For example, this is a picture of Palace Soestdijk, which is in the process of being transformed. But also industrial heritage, private homes and office buildings are often worth to keep. For example, this is an industrial heritage factory and storage building, which a company, Wonen Limburg, it's a social housing company, has turned into a head office for its own company. And they use the box-in-box construction to get it as sustainable as possible and keep the facade the way it is. Dudok has renovated Haka. It's a really beautiful head office of the Corporated Wholesale Association. And the building served as an office, a factory and a grain silo. For coffee, tea and grains, they were processed and packaged in that factory. Now it is a beautiful building where you can rent working space, where how should I say it? It's a modern and a characteristic business complex. Okay, with the Netherlands renovation platform, we also develop tools, and one of the tools is the renovation compass. I would like you to show you. The compass is not only suitable for monuments, but it also applies to heritage in total. It's an initiative of 8 partners of the NRP, and the compass is a process tool. It provides insight into the considerations and the consequences of the choices during the process. This is what the compass looks like, and it's based on 8 values. It's cultural, historical values, social, functional, economic, material, climate, ecological, and well-being. And these values are visually translated into a pie chart, which you see on the right, that ensures that no hierarchy arises between those values. Where we thrive for is to fill the donut as much as possible. There are a couple of specialists that really can use this compass. Excuse me, like the specialists in the field of heritage, but also the specialists at the local government, and the third parties that don't have really experience with heritage. Like a lot of owners of a monument are not a specialist of the monument itself, but they can use it by knowing when and where to make decisions and what the consequences are of the decisions they are making. This is the steps of the process. At first, you look at what does it offer as is. So how does the building function in all those 8 different values, and see what it delivers. It is that where you can talk about with each other. So everyone who has a say or has a one of the values they really want, whether it's the sustainability or whether it's the heritage or whether it's the economical part, you have to talk to each other by give and take to the end results. Oh, that's I can tell you much more about that compass, but the time is up, and I want Hans Lars Boetes of the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands to have some time to give his presentation as well. So he will take the next 15 minutes. If you have questions, I think it's better to do that at the end of the session. Hans Lars.
Maybe you can stop sharing. Yes. Then I will start sharing my screen. So, I need to go back one.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add that we'll take the questions at the end of the session. Hans, you can continue.
Are you muted?
Hans, you can continue. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Hans, can you hear me now?
Should I do my presentation?
Yes, you can carry on with it.
Okay, thank you. I'm Hans Boetes from the National Heritage Agency of the Netherlands. I'm head of special department there. With 30 people, we work on positioning cultural heritage into the big spatial challenges we face as a country. And it's somewhat broader approach than we saw during the Congress till now. We very much talked about buildings, we talked about products, we talked about sustainability, we talked about bringing people to old buildings, to the examples from other towns of Europe, etc. We in the Netherlands take heritage into a little broader perspective, and we place it into 4 big transitions we are facing. And on that way, we come to heritage inclusive development. And that's what I want to talk to you about, give you some tooling in how we do that. And I'm a big fan of the participative approach, so I will also go into that. Heritage in a broader perspective. We in the Netherlands address heritage not only as the built heritage, the buildings, and listed buildings. For us, it's a combination of archaeology, the built monuments, but also man-made landscapes. We have a lot of them in the Netherlands, and even immaterial heritage, such as uses, stories, and myths, are all part of cultural heritage. It's together they form, as in Latin it's called the genius loci, or other words, the logic of the place. By reading all these heritage parts, you can understand why the place looks as it looks today and why it functions as it functions today. So it tells the story of a region. It tells where you come from. And in that way, you can also say it tells you where you need to go to, because we believe that spatial development is an ongoing line from the past to the present to the future. So we say heritage is a big package of all these values together. We face, as a country, 4 big transitions at this moment. Barbara told already about it. It's not only the need for 1 million new houses into urbanization and the climate change, but also we need to make a big agricultural shift towards sustainable food production and, of course, sustainability in our energy system. These 4 things we are facing will together they take a lot of space, and we reckoned that we need our country 3 times the space in our country. We need it 3 times to face all the challenges. Well, we don't have that much space in our country. So heritage is under threat because heritage is already there. It's not becoming, it's already in our country. So you can go towards these challenges as, oh my God, it's going to be a loss of heritage all over the place because we're going to demolish it, we're going to change it, everything. But we support the approach of heritage can and needs to contribute to these big challenges, and it adds value. So I give you now some examples on all these big transitions on how we put heritage into action. For example, in the big agricultural shift we are facing, we see that in sustainability, the reuse of old agricultural methods are being set into place. For example, we used to isolate our houses with reed. Now we do it with oil products, but we have made a new process like a reed composite system, where in a region, the reed is being harvested, being put into beautiful isolation parts, and then becoming a part of buildings. So it's a completely regional, sustainable system of isolation. The demand is now so high that we don't have enough reed to supply. Otherwise, our ancestors used wooded banks to stop erosion in hillside agricultural places, and these were all demolished because of modernization of the agricultural system, and then erosion came. So now we are replanting wooded banks to stop erosion. We reuse the way our ancestors used to operate in agricultural systems. Another examples in housing. You can demolish a building and build new housing, but you can also fit the existing real estate into a new context, such as here an example of my own town, where in Utrecht, where an old fabric is being part of a new building project. Or you can build outside the city, but then follow the landscape structures which are there. And this is an example of a city of Den Bosch, where new modern dwellings are being built as if they were castles or fortresses, being placed into the countryside. So a reference to where we come from. Another one, facing climate change. It's a very big, as Barbara already told, we are a country below sea level, so we have lots of problems with water. And we need to make way for water. So what we do now, and the right example is we reuse the method of building on flood hills. We already used to do that in the Middle Ages when the country was being flooded. The farms were on flood hills. Well, new farms in our country, we build again on flood hills as we used to do, so the land can be submerged by the rivers. In other systems, we restored old water systems in places where we have drought. Our ancestors had very clever systems of keeping the water into dry areas, and we closed them in the 60s and 70s, and now we reuse them, we reopen them to keep water in dry places. And the sustainable energy, the last part, it's a big challenge of putting that into landscape. And here you see new windmills being aligned with old windmills we have in the Netherlands. And even the revenues that are made with these windmills are being processed back into the conservation of the old windmills. So we call it a mill for a mill. And otherwise, we have solar parks we put lower into the country with a little dike around it, so you can't see it when you look into the horizon. So it's all using old techniques to make new parts of landscape and not too much of a big challenge. For all these kinds of using heritage into the great things we face, we have several tooling. At first, and all the parts of the building process are being addressed. As a national agency, we support financially the making of regional and local biographies. So all the parts of the heritage can be researched and in participation with the local public. We also make then transformation guidelines where the design of new places is being affected by these research. So we transform the knowledge we have into design guidelines for the city. Here you see an example of the shooting range of a fortress, which is being addressed into city development. We also invest into building the new projects as well by our national heritage deals. We invest, for example, you see here an old ship's lock, which is being transferred into a new ship's lock with even producing blue energy and making a new pathway for recreational boats. And we afterwards help the owners of historical buildings and historical sites with the maintenance of their property. So from research till maintenance, we invest, and it's always co-investment. So we only pay half and the rest needs to be paid by other parties being participating in the project. And what's most important in all these projects is that the public is part of it, is a center of it. So we invest a lot in participation methods, stakeholder management, in collective ownership. We even put it in law that, for example, wind parks being put up in our country need to be for 50% in local ownership. So the revenues of a wind park also go back to local ownership. We support a lot of temporary use of places, placemaking. We already saw a lot of examples of that from other countries in Europe during this conference. And we always search for ambassadors, such as Barbara and all the companies behind her, for addressing heritage in a good way. And one of the biggest forces in heritage are also our volunteers who are guiding around people, showing what it is, and working with local communities. Yes, it's money-driven, but it's mostly people-driven development, what we're facing. So this is what I wanted to tell. It's a broader approach than just only the buildings. We intend to give the future a past by showing historical data and historical structures can be pushed forward into the next eras. So thanks for your attention. I think now we can start a talk about what we said.
Thank you, Ron and Babu. I would like to ask Karan and Dhruv, is there something you'd like to share as well? Or do we move ahead to the discussion that we had planned? Karan and Dhruv, do you have a presentation or something you'd like to make? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We don't have a presentation to share.
Can you hear us? We can't quite hear you very well.
We can move forward with the discussion.
Okay, so we need just a minute because we were all in front of the screen, and if the volunteers can help me, just can you put the chairs on the side so that it seems like we're all in one big circle together, right? So I'd like to call on stage the other panelists, Sachin, Manish, and Akshay. Join me up here and we can have a nice conversation, all of us together. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you so much, Barbara and Hans, for sharing with us your perspective, or rather the European picture, because this is something that we always, whenever we meet in a party or at a dinner, these are conversations we have casually like this, and we wonder why don't we have more conversations around these lines. And the effort is to learn from everything that you are doing there, and in some ways figure out how can we incorporate it here. So I'd actually like to ask Dhruv and Karan to tell us about their practice and just share with us your design philosophies and how is it that you see that you're working towards a better future. I mean, everyone who's here on stage, whether it's virtually or in person, all work in their own ways with a little bit of a difference, of course. But I guess we are all on the same page when it comes to our approach. But our distinct design philosophies are different, our approaches are different. So I'd like to start with Karan and first tell us about your work. What is it that you do and how is it that you work towards the environment or a sustainable future, etc. And we'll just do that one circle on that.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. So we are a small design and build practice based in the lower Himalayas, and we travel a lot for our work. And through our travels, we find responsible ways of living in the lower Himalayas, but also about sort of explore with which people have lived in rural, particularly in remote and rural parts of the Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. So a lot of our work tries to explore the values of traditional craftsmanship, the wisdom in working with natural materials and handmade techniques, and how those benefits translate into a sense of community, into a sense of shared identity and culture, particularly in the Himalayas. And rooted in those materials are values around renewal, the ways in which old buildings are harvested to create contemporary structures, the way in which very often even the materials that are sourced, for example, in our areas, are often collected. So stone is often collected rather as opposed to mined. The way in which resources are shared. So, for example, forest rights are shared between a community, water rights are shared between communities. So it's also the notion of the collective and the collective being privileged over the individual. And I think a lot of what we try to do in terms of our contemporary interventions is to question how the choices that we, rather than trying to mimic traditional ways of building, is to question how we can remain true to some of the values that those traditional methods use to arrive at their own techniques, and see how we can find more contemporary expression of those same values, which remain, but Karan mentioned responsible ways of living. So the matrix there involves social responsibility, justice, which is significantly different in the 21st century as opposed to the 18th century. So we would sort of look at very often caste-based structures, very often community-based structures that have been imposed on craftsmanship or access to material, and find ways of democratizing some of those in our work. We also talk, or maybe I'll let Akshay speak and I'll come back again.
I hope he wants you to speak.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dhruv. I don't know, can you hear me? Hi. So actually, I think most of the audience here are students, right, from the college? Are you all mostly are students? Exactly. So I just want to kind of point out something really interesting. Dhruv is my senior from college, and Monish and Sachin, we all went to SPA together at different times, and also no, Dhruv was 1 year senior. Yeah.
Sachin and I were in first year when Akshay was in his fifth year, and so when I was in fourth year, then Munish was in his first year. He joined. Yeah, so this is the SPA New Union, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi representative. But yes, so.
So it's what I actually wanted. Yeah, what I wanted to actually get at is that these are very important days of your lives, and what you learn today, not only in terms of academics, but also in terms of relationships, your friendships are going to stay with you forever, and each one kind of rubs off onto the other. So as you go in college life, lots of you will be inspired, you will take in from others, and that becomes your philosophy that you take with later on in your professional lives. I'm the founder of Archaeoptics. I founded the Archaeoptics the moment I got out of college. I wanted to work on my own. I wanted to kind of take the plunge. And what we do is we look at building buildings and doing spaces that integrate nature and the built environment. We look at bespoke architecture for harmonious living, and harmonious living is bringing animals, birds, insects, and plants and human beings together to further well-being and sustainability. So the way we do it is that we study our site, we study our surroundings, the trees, we study bird parts, we study insect parts, and we look at having a minimum amount of damage to the site. Lots of times that's not possible, but we do look at allowing these various other life forms to either be participants in the building or to free flow and move through the building from one area to the other, because birds feed, they travel from tree to tree, either seeking shelter or seeking nourishment. And so when you destroy the environment, when you take away trees, not only are you're killing life, but you're also destroying a certain amount of habit, because all animals and all insects and all birds are creatures of habit, just like all of us. So we try to either give back or we try to minimize the damage. And over the years, what we've been doing is we've been looking at integrating a lot of age-old techniques with our architecture. But we mainly look at buildings, sculptural buildings, which have a certain amount of volume deformation, because we truly believe that as architects, we are creators, and for buildings to be relevant in the future, they still have to have, apart from the sustainability and the climatological functions, they all have to have a wow factor. They all have to have a certain amount of symbolism, a certain amount of spirituality that, as human beings, we kind of look up to. So, somebody said that the most sustainable building is the one that is not built. The next sustainable building is the one that reuses and readapts. So we look at readapting as much as we can. We look at reusing the old as much as we can, and but creating something new, creating something that is relevant to today, relevant to today's functions, today's services, today's lifestyle, and taking the whole art of architecture forward. So yeah, that's what we do, and yeah, and it's just it's nice to see, like, the different forms of the architecture that one can actually practice, and it's all based upon, I think somebody said that it's all based, I mean, it's about who you are. So it's all based upon what kind of what kind of human beings we are and what you want to give back, and our philosophies and our ethics.
See, already we have like two practices here that are looking at nature and ecology and how they are reacting to it. And I like the way our chairs put it there that, as architects or as designers, we have that responsibility also. And let's create something that somebody remembers. And all of those other things are also equally important. Let's be sustainable and let's do all of that. And then I really like how you said that there is old knowledge and there's old things and things that we carry forward. And now we have two more individuals here who are on that similar plane. So between the two of you, you know your design philosophy, right? And you know each other's work. Who do you think should go next to carry that train of thought forward? Because you see how we connected. I mean, I like the way Dhruv, kind of moved from there to there. So,
yeah, so I'll go. So my journey was a little odd because I never started my profession as an architect. I was a sustainability consultant, moved back from London after practicing with BAE and advising architects over there how to build sustainably. I don't know how sustainable it was, but yeah, whatever it is. So moved back to India and started working with architects over here. And I realized that, they were more keen on adopting, more insulation, more energy efficient machines, and not really realizing, what was there in the vernacular or, the ancient architecture of India. There is a lot to learn from there and adapt and use. So principally, they were more looking to get globalized in terms of materiality. So they were looking for more glass in the building and go for double glazing, triple glazing with insulated layers and whatnot. So I thought that, maybe this is not a great idea. And then I left that and started designing the buildings, which I realized was pretty important. What we do at ZLab is that we try to understand place-specific architecture. I think that makes a lot of relevance, not only in terms of sustainability, but in terms of producing unique architecture at that particular site. So I think one doesn't have to recreate uniqueness all the time, because place-specific architecture has certain level of uniqueness to it all the time, because every region, every part, wherever you're building has different parameters which bring that set of uniqueness into it. So we look at place-specific architecture, learn from the vernacular, and then use modern technology in terms of tools. What the vernacular didn't do well was that they knew that, okay, building thick walls will give them extensive thermal mass to keep the building cool, but they didn't know how to optimize that. Okay, how about wall to window ratio? How much wall to window ratio one should have to have optimum daylighting and ventilation? So they didn't know that. So that's where the technology plays a very important role in further enhancing those principles and actually create more meaningful place specific architecture. And that's what we are trying to do at ZLab. And then we also got into construction, also because we wanted to utilize local techniques and understand and work with the local masons or artisans. And that's where we thought there was again a gap where the contractors were not willing to work with them. And that's where we stepped in, and now we do design and build on our projects as well.
So I like how you said that you were a consultant, and then you were realizing that the fault is not in making a building sustainable. The fault is in not designing it sustainably. Right? That you're creating a problem and then you're trying to solve it by introducing solutions to it. So why not start right so that you can move forward? Recently, I think in one of the conversations we had, we were discussing that how you have also now started working in adaptive reuse and how you're seeing that that is also relevant in practice for all of us. Slowly we go. That's the direction we go. So as we move ahead, of course, we'll all come back to that discussion, but I'd like to leave you with that thought that I'm going to come back and ask you guys and how. I'd like to ask Manish to share his work with us and then we'll start chatting.
Hi. So we are a small studio based out of Delhi, and so when I first started this practice, the main idea was that I mean, when we typically think about buildings, we think about the build, and but for me, a lot of it connects to the nature, and but I think uh, I'm a trained architect with specialization in advanced technology, robotic fabrication, trying to see what we can do with tech in the construction segment. And we also do a lot of this new emerging tools and so on, whatnot, a lot of it. But then what really connects to a practice is the connect with the nature. And for me, when we think about the built environment, we always talk about how we are disconnected from nature and all of it. I think we have been hearing this one, and especially these days. I mean, we all recognize the importance of nature and all, and nature-centric design and so on. But the simple fact that when I was a kid, I was able to sleep on the restaurants outside the built environment. I had so many memories associated with it back in the I come from Vijayawada and we grew up in a village very close to that. It was not something that is very odd, and it was not a luxury. It was a common thing. And we used to sleep under the stars for simple fact of thermal control. It was cold. Pour some water on the floor and actually sleep under the that's it. And but today that is a luxury. And even finding stars is a luxury. And that's where we are in. And so as a practice, when we are, what we are trying to communicate is that how do we form that connect with the environment and nature and all of it, and also trying to see how like we bring in these advanced tools and technology back into our vernacular methods, how we can actually combine with material research and and how we can see, because one of the professors, I think it was Sihanshu Mukherjee, what he told when we were back in the college, like these guys, was that the beauty of innovation comes in when you take something that's already there and try to push it, rather than actually copying something that's from the West, because those things don't belong to us. But rather use the simple things and how you can actually make something out of it. And probably did not strike that much back then. But when you look at it, is what he said now, and how relevant it is in today's world, it makes a lot of sense in a practice. So yeah, I think I still be trying to explore in a practice how we can do this, but in our own little ways, combine different techniques and different paths. Yeah.
So now that we know a little about what everyone does or has done so far, I'd like to put this question out to all of you, anyone who would like to address it. That so first I'll give you a little bit of a background. We always say, as Jugaad policy please, because we've got in the space of shared cultural heritage and right now for the restoration toolbox teams primarily with built heritage and making it empowering people to working on restoring their everyday heritage. But we always push on it that there is that entire idea of adaptive reuse that we need to take forward, right? And it's but obvious that when you have a building that's a living building, which is in use, it's always going to do much better than something that is neglected or left alone or just turned into a monument and preserved in a different way. A building that is living lives so much longer. But then not all buildings are suitable. I mean, we are all here, I'm sure our friends from Europe are much more knowledge and better experts on this matter, so I would not like to stress too much on it when I talk about anatomy. But the point is that we always say that it's not just about preserving your heritage, but it's also about creating heritage for the future. And what we look at as creating heritage for the future is taking something that we have, something from our past, and making it relevant today, making it relevant in contemporary times and carrying it forward for the future. And now we are creating new heritage for the future because there are things that we've learned. whether it is knowledge, whether it's construction, whether it is something which was already built that you have, kind of done retrofitting or, adapted to present time. But the fact is, whatever we create today will be heritage of the future, right? So if we can do it in a way that we can take something from the past and then make it relevant today, use it, live with it, and take it into the future, then maybe that's not that bad an idea. So this is something I'd like to ask all of you. When you go or you work on a project, whether it is of an urban scale or whether it is of even a smaller, it could be a single family house or it could be just part, or it even cultural part. How is it that you approach such a thought? Or does this thought come to you when you're designing or when you're looking at a project? That this is something that I think should be carried into the future, and these are the values, or this is the aspect I would like it to move forward with. Anyone here would like to take that on first? Dhruv, would you like to take that one on?
So I think something that we might like to share is this comes from where we are based in Dharamsala, and it's a community. It's an earthen homes community that was established sometimes in the 80s, and it was established as a retirement community. And strangely enough, it's where I moved to immediately after I graduated from SBA, a young architect moving into a retirement community. And it's been interesting to sort of observe how the community is transformed in over the last 20, 25 odd years, in the sense that there has been a generational shift. So it is no longer the original inhabitants who established the community are no more. So it's changed hands to a younger community. It's a significant place because it was built by this by an artist and a natural builder, DD Contractor. So it's who's renowned for her work with mud. And this is the place where her language sort of evolved. So in that sense, it's historic for the area because it records the traditional Kangra style revival. But the homes that were part of the community and which was once a very vibrant community are no longer relevant because they're younger, it's changed hands. There's a young community of creative people, artists, graphic artists, filmmakers, sculptors who moved in there. And these homes no longer conform to their expectations of active sort of studio spaces. It doesn't, what was relevant when it was built, and Dharamsala was a very remote rural community, is not relevant to the way that the city around us is now transformed into an urban center. It doesn't respond to our notions of comfort and convenience and expectations thereof. And we found that our community was sort of kind of going to seed because the younger people who'd inherited these homes didn't think this was viable for them to make a base. And we actually started work on our. So I have a small studio space there as well, and we started to question how can we sort of breathe life into this community with the intention of being able to conserve what was there and retaining the original fabric, but to also sort of say it didn't need to remain static. It had to be able to revitalize it. We had to be open to other possibilities in which spaces had to be made accessible. Spaces had to be made more contemporary and comfortable, but also a new language. Because we didn't want, I think authenticity and honesty was very crucial to the way that we looked at the project. And therefore, to say this was also an opportunity for us to take the same values that had informed the way that these homes had been built with mud, prioritizing handmade architecture, prioritizing exposed details, and could we do the same with industrial material? Could we do the same with mechanical ways of construction? And so that it's an ongoing project, but it's one which has been very interesting because the idea has caught on, and now we've been asked to intervene in at least 3 or 4 other similar homes with the idea of revitalizing them, but not to say that what was relics of the past need to be kept as secret and secure, but to say how can we energize them and find a new language of expression that is more honest to our own time.
So do any of you have anything to add to that or ask on that? It's honestly.
So for me, answering actually going back to what you said, I was just like thinking. So when you think about adaptive reuse, the two things that we boil down ultimately is, I mean, as people who care about the environment, as well as probably architects and designers who are aware of probably some of the issues when we act upon it. But for the person or the client who we are serving, and for them, what matters, what are their priorities, the behavioral change. I mean, that's what I really very curious to ask Manas about his experience with it when he spoke about participate research in Europe, bringing together people, which is a very difficult task in India, and especially maybe the society, and the priorities in the society. And in today here, we talk about the basic amenities and the basic needs. So for us, the design and the luxury of design probably is not on the list on the top, maybe the top 10 as well. And here, but we are there, and we are as a set of people who talk about these values and issues that are quite relevant right now. So for me, I think ultimately what I'm just thinking about, from a user perspective as to what is it that matters to them over there, and which is probably not what we're looking, and try to see if we can connect the learnings from Europe and India, and to understand about the participatory approach over there and how if we have to bring it in India, what is it that we have to do. So yeah, thanks. If you have any thoughts on that?
So that's over to you, Hans, now. Hello?
One thing I was thinking about is that heritage in itself never is a static thing. It used to develop over ages, and even the canal houses in Amsterdam, they have been used for a dwelling, used for holding cattle, used for administrating. So a monument has to go with its time, earn its bread, as we call it, to remain. That's also something we try to say to UNESCO, for instance. Heritage in the Netherlands has always been changing. This is part of heritage, that buildings change, locations change, and that makes it sometimes difficult when you take research into a certain area, and you're planning to make that a guideline for design. Which area are you going to take? Are you going back to the prehistorics? Are you going back to the Roman age? Are you going back to the industrial period? It all has changed. Then it also becomes a process of choosing which interpretation you reuse with giving a new, making the new place. And that's sometimes a discussion, and that's something you really need to do together with the people who are living there, working there. What are the assets that they are feeling as the ones that are best to take on to the future? So that's why the participation of the local people is so important in choosing the way you're going to design something.
So adding to that, I mean, probably so when you talk about heritage, it's also a kind of an emotional connect with the past that probably people in Europe care about. And but getting back to what you mentioned before, but the priorities of the people in Dharamshala, I think it was very different. I think for us here, it's beyond the emotional connect. It's actually about the probably economics and the basic amenities and necessities is what matters. I think that's the difference of the two worlds here, where what we're talking about. So I mean, in here, so I think that's what we should be talking about, because ultimately.
Just to add to that, there's a difference. Mostly what happens is when we start talking about heritage or the adaptability of something, or we kind of leave behind the intangible. The tangible we always saw money, size, area, usability, retrofitting to latest technology, all of that. But there's a lot of intangible aspect to that, right? There's a lot of intangible heritage there. And that bit of that culture, emotion, history, whatever. Like even now, Han said that those same canal houses. But when you think about Amsterdam, that's what you see, right? And they have changed their purpose, they have adapted. And if you're talking about adaptive reuse, then maybe they're probably one of the best examples there. But does that mean that the emotion or the importance that those houses have that has also adapted. That doesn't mean that part of it has changed. Correct?
Absolutely.
So that remains, that always remains, because it was, it will be. And that is more conversation of philosophy, but still coming back to that point that, like I said, there are many things which are possible and easily manageable, because unfortunately or fortunately, there is such a big difference of scale when it comes to talking about certain projects or things, the scale and density when you're talking about Europe compared to India. We were having a conversation over lunch a little earlier, a few of us are here in person, where we said that it's sometimes easy to have a conversation or have a directive or have a little idea that we said this should be a government directive or this should be a policy that we should work on ahead with, when the people in question are 5 million or 10 million. But how do we have that conversation here in this country where our one city that we have hundreds of thousands of are like 15 to 20 million people? How is it that this can become a bigger movement? We want to do it in a participatory fashion and we want to carry it forward. And this is the thought that everyone moving ahead adopts a philosophy that everyone starts following at least part of. But then how is it that we can do it and in a participatory fashion? The practice, Aishwarya Different Architects, has kind of worked in a participatory fashion in some of the projects that we've done in the past. And whether it was even in Chandanagar, involving the people there, working with them, moving and asking them what is it that they want, and then doing that in design. Even other projects that the studio does, it is similar. Because when you talk about community or participation, it's not that we talk about the entire population, but it's those people there, right? It's those people who are the end users at that time. It could be a precinct, or it could be an entire city, or it could be just one structure with like 12 people. So that is your community at the time, and you need to have everybody's voice there. So somewhere to bring that together and to bring that thought, but the biggest problem always is scale. It is always the scale. And these are conversations that I have now been part of about 12, 13 years since the first foot I stepped into Europe in 2010, where always we would come up with a solution, and by European counterparts who tell me, but this is so big. And I say, but why in my country you need something this big? I can only think on this scale. I cannot understand that I have to design a community center for 50 people, because 50 people is the number of people on one floor in my condominium. So I'm sorry. So yeah, so I don't know how or what it is that we can how is it that we can, somehow marry into each other and figure this out? Sachin, you work with a lot of international consultants. Maybe you have a suggestion here. I love the ideas, but I don't know.
Not sure I actually know the way out, but I've learned definitely from the Europeans, because I was working with BDP and they have transformed the whole industrial setup into an office space. So the one of industrial, it was a beer factory, and they transformed that into an architecture office. So I have literally worked in that office building for more than 1.5 years, and I realized, how adaptive views can be so well done. And coming back now, we have just finished one project where the Oberoi Group has built first prototype housing, which also was designed from somebody from Italy. And it was a group housing, and probably only one where people kind of hold a lot of pride. It's a small community, and 70 odd families are there with some greens and probably a club. And now, because it was load bearing structure, which is not relevant anymore, we are in zone 4, and they're having major structural issues where slabs are chipping off, and there are severe cracks in the walls. And there is a huge debate in the community where one should give it all to the developer, utilize the current FAR and build multi-story building. And then there is strong resilience from those who have literally lived through the property, from their age. And like you just rightly mentioned, that we are talking about tangibles, but what about intangibles, So the memory associated with the place, the pride they hold in the heritage. So they call it even the gate I remember, the main gate, which was actually built by a Britisher, they didn't want to change it. So, in spite of it being extensively, yeah. So, it's about, basically acknowledging first that what are you part of. So I think most of us are extremely ignorant. I don't blame them because they're not exposed to what heritage, what cities are all about. So it's also the academics which doesn't make us realize what are we part of. We have had huge debates about what happened in Pragati Bataan, and the government completely kind of ignored what the fraternity thought was a masterpiece. So that's a great example of when there is a big disconnect between what we consider as heritage and we need to preserve. So I think that is very, very important. One needs to first acknowledge that this can be preserved and it holds importance. So I think that is probably the way out. So educating people about that.
I would just like to, like you said, that we need to acknowledge what needs to be preserved and not. But then who decides that? And what parameters do you decide that on? Because I mean, let's say even from Barbara's presentation, the 50 blocks that turned into the 64 residences, or if I remember that correctly, the numbers. I'm sorry. Who decided that stayed and turned into that?
Well, actually, it were the tenants at that time who were really against the demolition of the building, and because they stood up, it was possible for the company to use the facade, because they really didn't want it to be demolished. So the people living there, they went against demolition, and those were they're the tenants who are still living there and who made it possible that there are homes added and homes that were sold to people who could make it their own home. So I heard you say earlier, well, the word value has been come up numerous times, and I think that is really an important word, because for each and every one, the value of heritage can be something completely different. And for those people, it was being able to live there in that neighborhood, in that building, and they wanted to keep that building for Rotterdam as a city. Because it is not only because it is beautiful, it was totally, how do you say it? It needed renovation. But value is something completely different for each and everyone. So you will always have to be in contact with the people who are living, using the building or the structure or whatever you want, even the site, the place where you are, because what they the value they give to the building at that time, that is something you take with you to the next level, to the next situation.
So I think all of this comes down to the same point, that about, like, it's important what your stakeholders want, right? And it is important, but how often do we give them a voice, and how often is it that participatory that your stakeholders have an opinion on? I mean, they're here, they're Barbara telling us that it was the tenants who lived there and that's what they wanted. I mean, Dhruv shared something similar. You're also sharing about the stakeholders. In Akshay's case, his stakeholders are also the ants and the birds, and they are very valuable stakeholders in his practice. But how often do we all actually take it forward? Like you said, we try our best to not disrupt the path of the insect. But is it really that possible? I mean, the insects are like, I'm sorry, they are like really tiny. But
it's a process. Whether you're an architect or whether you're a client, whether you're a craftsperson or a worker, we're all products of our conditioning, our upbringing, and our exposure. So you have to look at yourself as part of the team, but you also have to base your judgment based upon your experience. As you do more and more, and as you get into the habit and the rigor of taking decisions that are, that are based upon your knowledge, your education, and also the other stakeholders together with them. You have to back yourself to take the right decision. So you have to keep educating yourself, and you also have to pay, a heavy toll at times. You have to be prepared for sacrifice. Like, people talk about the ecology, but then, when architects themselves are to be blamed for most of the degradation of the environment out there, you have to take some of the responsibility, and you have to be prepared to walk that talk. So with us, it was with me personally, it was about when you talk about animal rights, you talk about human rights. It was about giving up a lot of my habits earlier that I had inculcated, and so you have to set an example. When the people dying of cancer, dying of pollution, you have to put your foot down and say this is the way we want to do things. So you have to be the path forward. And you'll be, at times you get clients who are aware, who are knowledgeable, like in Barbara's case, where the stakeholders themselves said that we want this kind of a solution to a problem. At times you have the good fortune of that. At times you show the path, and then you hope, like in Aishwarya's case, where and in your practice's case, where you all started talking to the client and you educated him, and then he did an about turn, and he would be enlightened one after, and then he actually took the path forward. And so it depends upon various conditions, but you have to back yourself with the education that you have, with the experience that you have, to come up with the right solution, and you have to be prepared for sacrifice. Does that make sense? Absolutely. I also have looking at India, especially because of the scale that we're talking about. One thing that is, first of all, it's a two-way street. I mean, when we talk about design, we as designers that we should look, rather than starting from scratch, looking at adaptive reuse as a solution for most of the buildings. So I have this one example for one of the projects that we did. So we had an option where the client came to us and said, okay, we have an option to wipe out completely or build on top of it. So we went back with an option which is design oriented. But then what we convinced them is not the design. We said that, okay, if you retain this as is and let us build on top of that, we will save 35 lakhs. Economics, the numbers. I'm saying that if you do this, and then that money you can use it for innovation, design, whatever you want to do, rather than build it. So, no question asked. And the numbers, and especially in India, just in the last year, if you look at the residences alone, new construction, it's an industry of 6,75,000 CR, new construction alone houses. Now, just imagine what the scale of adaptive reuse if that becomes like a business model when you talk about scale, which is not taught in the universities, and especially in colleges. We don't know the numbers, and because I think what we are taught is which is good, which is romanticizing, which is about all of this intangibles what we speak about. But then what we lack miserably, which is what probably is not putting us the real picture with the biggest scale in Philosophers is the number, the lack of numbers and the awareness. The business side of architecture is not taught in any of the universities. Now, when you say that, if you look at this is the scale, when you go out, you have to cater to a market, which is how it is taught in any of the other product industry, automotive, anywhere, and which is not the case here. And you said you have to go and look at the industry which is this big and this big. So you have to come up with solutions that are scalable. And let's say for houses which are there, rather than having customization for each and every building, which is what we are trained to do, but rather create toolkits or solutions that can be scaled and replicated, which is not, I mean, rather saying that don't fall in love with one design for one client, but rather good design for many people. If that's the mindset that is inculcated, probably that's where we can address and even start to address the demand for a country like India, where we have a lot of people.
So, with the restoration toolbox, that is something that we always say whenever we do speak to a scientist, basically. Also, or actually more often than not, a lot of people choose to demolish or rather rebuild or build new because I don't think people have the information that probably restoration and renovation is not going to cost you as much as you think. Because it is believed that it will be much cheaper to get rid of the building and just build something new because something is old and then you need to keep fixing it and maybe you don't get, like even in Satish's panel, that was a discussion, like you won't get the parts, you won't be able to retrofit it will not adapt properly to newer times. And that is where the awareness or that outreach comes. So through the platform, today, through the platform, we are slowly attempting to empower everyone to work with their everyday heritage. So even simple restoration, simple renovations in your homes are possible. If we go to clients, and mostly people, they have these inhibitions that they don't want to reuse the old, because somehow when you can afford something new, it's supposed to be a social status symbol or economic status symbol that you can buy something new and shiny. Nobody wants to use an old car unless it's a vintage car. Why? Because it costs more. But nobody wants to keep their old car running. They want a shiny new car. Similarly with everything, and even with the house. So when somebody is getting successful, then they want a new house in a swanky new locality or in a new condominium complex. Nobody wants to, not nobody, mostly people don't want to relook at their ancestral homes or their usual. I mean, we all live in modern heritage today, right? I think most of us live in homes which are about 40, 50 years old. We don't realize it, but they are. We're all, I don't want to use the word, but we are not that young anymore. So even homes that were built when we were really young, they are also really young. Yeah, we're young as well. It's fine. But the fact that probably retrofitting or adaptive reuse or renovations and guided renovations, and how somehow making traditional knowledge and all of that relevant today with the help of technology. I mean, let's be honest, even if it was something which was really beautifully done, it was hand carved, hand cut, hand formed at one time, a certain amount of time. So obviously all of that carbon footprint takes so long to create this, blah blah. If you do the math and put in the numbers, maybe now with the help of technology, it'll be faster, it'll be more efficient, and we are sustainability experts here who will second me on that one, that you can use the same construction methodologies or design languages and create something today new in a much shorter and cheaper way. And you're still staying with the past and you're still staying with tradition, but you're not you're not creating 100% new. Like there is still something that we're taking forward, right?
Also, kind of almost interject there. I think you have to go beyond the economics of it. I think there is a yes, there is a cost to it, but I think we must, as architects, look at what is right. There is a cost to also trying to kind of deal with climate change, but then we are paying for it. And so I think with retrofitting, with readapting, reusing, and also in reinterpreting age-old techniques, because we've had issues where we've built upon existing buildings, for which we have to spend much more time to study the existing buildings so that we know how to make an intervention on it. And we wanted to build brick walls, which is what we're doing right now in Hyderabad. But we realized that art form itself is dying. So it's difficult to get workers. So you have to one educate yourself, and you also have to let the client know that what is right, and there is a cost to it. But because it is in the interest of of ethics, and interest of principles, and interest of philosophy, we must just go ahead with it.
Collective where there's a moral ground. Is it on, like, yeah, I'll repeat that on the mic. As a collective, where does our moral ground lie? Does it lie on the side of the economics, or does it lie on the side of our responsibility, our social responsibility? And as practicing artists, right? All of us here are practitioners of different kinds. We like to say that we want participatory planning. We like to say let's work on the ecology. We like to say all of those things, but eventually, how much of it does really translate into the work that we end up doing? Maybe there is a percentage we try to push towards. And how is it that I think, like you said, it's a question of scale. Mostly, I've come to kind of learn that in the last 10 years. Mostly a question of scale. But this is really a question I'd like to put forward to Hans and Bangla. That how is it? I'm sure that not every project or every proposal that goes out there is successful. But you coming especially out of that part of Europe. I say that part of Europe because there are 2, 3 of you countries which are successful in this model level activity, right? And how is it that you guys have been successful? Because we have a very tough time.
I'm not really sure about it. I mean, more of the challenges which we are talking about.
So we're talking about, I'm pushing more towards where we're talking about participatory planning and you're talking about community involvement and carrying that forward.
Even in that perspective, I think it is more of a problem of urban cities. Okay, and less of a problem of tier 2, and as you go tier 3, tier 4, and maybe remote areas, where you don't have the same facility. Okay, people and communities are very good. They are already using these methods. Okay, they don't knock down.
Adapted to the newer method.
Yes. Okay, and it's the right way. So they already know the right way. They're doing the right things. They are already sustainable. They are already they don't need any rating system to tell them that that is the right thing. Okay, what they need to understand is that aspirational values, which is in terms of globalization, which we call modernization.
Yeah.
So we are creating problems for them. So we are saying now build highways, approach to tier 2, tier 3 cities, make them modernize, give them infrastructure. They don't need that. They already have it. They need to understand it, that how to make that as a better development. So architects need to be trained. I don't think we architects are trained to do that. Okay, in our college also.
Spread awareness.
Yes, no, spread awareness and realize that how to build with the existing infrastructure. We are never taught. Okay, whatever we were taught in the college days was all about how to create something new, iconic, sculpture. You know, so it's like every building needs to be doing that. No, that's not going to happen. So I think education system values with respect to the architects, I think that plays a very, very important role because there is something already there, you just need to preserve it and improve.
So there was this research studio also that of course the university was part of that we were conducting and it was in Kashmir and we were looking at the community and the life and everything else through the lens of sustainability. And when we first went there and started working with the community and doing the research there, the first reply was that we don't want these westernized ideas. And then we sat down with the community and had this conversation with them, and we explained to them that these are not westernized ideas. This is actually just making you realize that you have always been sustainable in nature. Your practice and your daily life is that. And then people or actors out of the community came out and said, oh, okay, now we get it. So you just want us to continue living this way and not change it to supposedly modernize ourselves. And we said, yeah, that is all. All that we are saying is that please be aware that what you've been doing it right for hundreds of years. So please don't aspire for that glass-clad building. Please don't aspire for that complete concrete construction and suddenly huge windows and all of that. Because for a reason, your formulas have worked for centuries. So it is just that. It's like being even self-aware and it's only in pockets maybe, and I get what you're trying to say, that it's probably more that you have to just make people realize that maybe a way to do something is not so bad. Just because something is new and shiny doesn't mean that that's what should be done. Right? Is that also the approach that you have there, Barbara, that appreciate the old and you don't always have to make something new?
Well, I think it's not only appreciate the old, because I'm interested in what you said, that people want the new and shiny, but the new and shiny can also be built with materials that are already there. So it's also a thing in the behavior of people that people want new and shiny, but what is new? New and shiny can be built with old materials. New and shiny can be built with old techniques, but in a how do you say it? In a frame of new and shiny. So it's just how you frame it, whether it is new and shiny or whether it is new and shiny but built with old materials. And I think it's the construction companies and the developing companies, and especially the architects, who have a really big role in showing what is possible with everything that is already there. So new and shiny doesn't have to be with virgin materials and with new ways of building.
No, even more, I think when I look at the demand for housing in the Netherlands or in Europe, the old is in demand by the people. They want to live in an area which stays recognizable because everything around them in the world is changing. So their own neighborhood should be more of what it already was. And yes, renewal, yes, new features, but always in a recognizable setting. And that means that when demand of the customer is going towards something recognizable, then the constructors and the architects will listen to that. So, and even what we in the Netherlands do is now we have a new special law where we even have made clear that you always, whether what you build, you always need to look back before you look forward. So we are making it part of law to go back into the history and then moving forward to new development. So the customer and law will push you into this direction. And though it can go very wrong, a simple example is an ice skating factory in the north of the Netherlands, in Friesland, which is part of the regional identity. Beautiful building. We wanted to reuse that building, and the local community said no. Do not reuse this building. Why? Because the owner of the factory was very bad for his personnel. People went sick, people died, and they wanted to have this part of their local history removed. So we thought beautiful building fits into identity, but the customer in the village said, no, tear it down. It's a bad part of history. And that is something you would never, never have brought up when you didn't duck into the past and do it with participation of the local people. So it can also go into demolishment when you really go into history.
So I think we've had some very interesting inputs and discussions amongst us. Is there anybody from the audience who'd like to discuss anything or ask anything from our panelists, or we can have a conversation? Does anybody have a question? My question is specifically for Hans. He was talking about how it is very difficult, like about the spatial demand, the high spatial demand. So I wanted to know that in the context of heritage preservation, how can we strike a balance between the need for a spatial development and the preservation of cultural heritage, especially in a country which has very high spatial demand?
I'm sorry, I'm sitting with two laptops here. I was at the wrong laptop. Our strategy is to make heritage part of the spatial pressure and telling all the time that everything that needs to be added to our country should be an assembly with the existing, should be an assembly with what's already there. So it's not a clean sheet. It's not a tabula rasa where you can build new as what you want. You always have to reckon what's there and build on to what's there. And that's why we take the broad approach in heritage taking place in the spatial development of the future. So the glass stolp around it, you can't touch it. That's a way we can't uphold with all the spatial pressure. The cultural heritage needs all the, and that's also something for the conservative heritage protectors. It's gonna change. And yes, maybe we have to lose some of the heritage. We in our national list we have 700 farms being enlisted as cultural heritage. Can we show future generations the past of our farms when we only have 500 over? when we have demolished 200 because of spatial pressure? That's the questions we need to face as a heritage caretaker at this moment. We need to choose because the pressure is too high. And even though maybe in future, that's very horrifying scenario, but we could lose a lot of country because of sea level rise. We are below sea level, so maybe we need to well, say farewell to lots of our heritage in future.
Anyone else? So, is there anything any of you want to ask? Can you ask? Or we can have a session. Actually, this has been a great talk, and we've already run over time by, I think, 10 minutes. But that's not bad. I think we did quite well. And of course, I'd like to thank everyone that was here. I hope that this was just as fun an exchange for all of you as it was for me. And thank you all for agreeing to be part of this. I was worried because all of you are very busy and are very, very busy people. Thank you, Barbara and Hans. I know we were running a little late when we started the session, but that's our conference now. So we tried our best. Thank you all for being here. And yes, I hope that we can do more of these exchanges again soon. The insights are very interesting, and of course, Hans and Barbara, we speak again very soon. And there are many things I think that all of us can do together and have some better relations. You get what I mean.
And
Let's
I'm
do some more
removing
work
the tea
together
break
and
that was between
take this
session 8 and
philosophy and path
reflection.
forward. Is there anything
I'm
anyone of you
removing the
would like
tea
to
break
say
between
before we
session
end
and
the session?
reflections.
Blue,
Session 8 के बाद reflection खत्म.
any last goodbye? Can people hear me? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, thank you, Akshay. Thank you, Manish. Thank you, Sachin, and thank you, everyone. A big round of applause for you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and have a good conference further.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Barbara, Karan, and Drew for joining us online. Thank you, our exceptional moderator and panelists, for guiding us through this insightful and engaging session. And I would like to request Professor Taupati Chaudhary, who's an artist by profession and also a faculty here, to felicitate our guests. Can we have the thing for Mr. Akshay?
So yeah, Dhruv and Karan, you guys missed out on like.
Yes, so then maybe you can put the up and then you can have a common picture. We don't get it. Yeah. Then for Mr. Modish. For Mr. Sachin. Maybe all of you can stand in the center of the podium and go make have a picture with the people who have joined. Yeah, with the people who have joined us online also. Join. I also want that photo. No, no, that is. You should. I'm also ready for wedding. I'm not ready. Oh, we can't see the people behind it. Can we go closer to the screen? Yeah, I think it's here. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Krishna. Acha, you come on that. Now we are all there. That's what we call hybrid. Thank you. We'll be breaking for lunch now. Sorry. I'm sorry. I think so. I need some tea. So we'll have a tea break now for 15 minutes and we'll join back at 4:50 for the last session of our conference, Heritage Conservation through Digital Engagement. See you all, please be here in 15 minutes. Thank you. 10 minutes. for the second day of our conference and our conference. So as we near the end of today's session, we'll explore heritage conservation through digital engagement, where we discover the evolving landscape of cultural heritage preservation at a panel, and we delve into the fusion of participatory governance and innovative financing models. Uh, we are going to explore strategies for the sustainable preservation of heritage architecture while promoting collaborative engagements. I would like to welcome our moderator for this session, Ms. Nadia Navisan from Platonic. She'll guide us through this digital journey. On our panel online, can they hear me? Our panelists for today are Ms. Nicole McNally, a cultural researcher, evaluator, and facilitator. Nicole, can you hear me properly? Can you give me a thumbs up?
Yes, I can.
Nicole, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Our second panelist for today is Ms. Medhavi Gandhi, cultural practitioner, founder of Heritage Lab in Chandigarh. Medhavi, you can hear me now? Okay, great. Mr. Oliver Shulbam, European Project Director. Oliver, a thumbs up?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. And Ms. Ailanda Bianchi, Urban Political Scholar. Okay, great. And Mr. Mauro Gil Ponio, architect, researcher, and professor. Is he here? No, he's not here. He's not yet joined in. All right. So we'll start off this session. Maybe Ms. Mauro will join us later. I'll hand this over to Nadia to take it over. And also, please keep the questions at 10 minutes presentation. Nadia, do you need this mic or do you need a separate? So it works? It's okay. It works with the Zoom. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, great. I know this is the end of the second day of the conference, so everyone must be a bit tired. But I want to welcome you today to today's panel discussion on the importance of heritage conservation through digital engagement. In our ever-evolving world, a paradigm shift is undeniably underway, one that redefines the way we perceive and preserve our invaluable tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Cultural heritage preservation has long been regarded as the solemn duty of governments and heritage organizations. However, this conference has shown that we are in the process of a transformation. Our focus has shifted from passive preservation to dynamic engagement, from traditional hierarchies to innovative approaches that harness the power of community and technology. The purpose of today's panel is to delve deep into this transformative landscape to explore how participation, democracy, impact, and digital engagement are converging and to draw inspiration from this integrated interdisciplinary approach. Heritage preservation is not confined solely to the bricks and mortar of our built heritage. We will discuss the lessons and techniques derived from designing with people, impact, and digital engagement, and how this can be applied to heritage conservation. A holistic approach ensures that our heritage is not just a physical relic, but a living testament to our shared history. Okay, so I would like to begin maybe alphabetically. We can begin with Yolanda. I don't know, Yolanda, if you're ready to start.
Yes, I will first try to share the screen and see if you can see.
Yes, we can see. Thank you so much.
1 second. I will put it full screen mode. Okay. Can you see the full screen mode? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for this invitation. My name is Yolanda Bianchi. I'm a Marie Curie postdoctoral researcher at the University of Antwerp. And in this short presentation, I would like to discuss the issue of citizen management of cultural heritage and explore its potential for democratization. The question I would like to answer with this intervention is the following one. Can citizen management of cultural heritage serve as a democratizing mechanism? My answer will be yes, it can, but citizen management of the cultural heritage is not enough. So this reflection is based on the project I'm carried out with the Marie Curie Fellowship. In this project, I'm analyzing various public policy adopted by local government in different European cities. And these policies aim at promoting and supporting citizen management of public building and spaces. Notable example of these policies include the Bologna regulation for the care and management of the urban commons, the Citizen Asset Program in Barcelona, and also the Common Transition Plan in Ghent. All these programs draw inspiration from the concept of the commons. In the scientific literature, the commons are described as a social practice where citizens self-manage and self-govern a service or a resource. Thus, what these public policy do is to incorporate the idea of the commons into the management of public building and spaces, encouraging citizen management of these resources. Some examples which are part of this public policy that's been adopted by the Barcelona City Council, some more concrete examples include the Can Batlló Social Center, where a group of citizens has been self-managing an old industrial factory that lay vacant for many years, starting from 2011 onwards. Another important example in the city is the Ateneo Popular de Nou Barris, which is a factory reclaimed by citizens in the 70s, which is now a self-managed cultural facility that is managed by citizens, but with a strong support also of the Barcelona City Council. But I've said, but in its democratized point is that most scholar or most critical scholar believe that citizen management of public building and spaces has an inherent democratizing capacity, because self-management is one of the most, or is considered as one of the most immediate expression of direct democracy. So the question I wanted to a democratizing mechanism. And what I found in my investigation is that citizen management cannot be considered as an inherently democratizing mechanism, because citizen management sometimes may imply also an enclosure of these resources, an enclosure of the use and the management of a public building and a space. And here, for example, is a quote from one of the public officers that I interviewed in Barcelona that said, "We find that some of these facilities and spaces that are self-managed by this group of citizens, I can say a third or a quarter, have a very negative dynamics and use the facility as if they were their own houses, their farmhouses, and their homesteads. They do that, and they don't do it in a participatory or communitarian way or anything. They only use it to keep themselves busy and to run workshops, but without any kind of democratic quality to it." My argument, however, is that citizen management can have a democratizing capacity, but this democratizing capacity is acquired once also the policy process is also democratized. What do I mean by that? For example, in the case of the Citizen Asset Program in Barcelona, the program, the Citizen Asset Program, was co-produced by close collaboration of the Barcelona City Council and its administrator and its public officer, and also the organization that were already managing some of these building spaces. This co-production has involved a long deliberative process between these actors that has led to the design of the program. And this process was seen by the community organization and by citizen organization as a moment of great openness and constructive dialogue with the public administration. Also has been carried out through digital tools. There has been like face-to-face meeting, but also through the Decidim platform, an online platform set up by the Barcelona City Council. And
Yeah,
also, yeah, I would. Sorry? Yeah, I will finish soon. Another example through which this democratization can occur throughout the policy process, in this case, is through the creation of a participatory governance space, because the entire Citizen Asset Program in Barcelona should be overseen by this participatory governance space that should control how the public administration is assigning or is granting to citizen group this building, how the evaluation of the management that is carried out by the citizen is performed, etc., etc. This participatory governance space has not been implemented yet, but I think that creating this space would enhance the democratic impact of the program, because what it does is to embed the democratic control within the governance structure of the same program. Usually we know that democratic control is exercised in an informal way by citizens that monitor the work not only of representatives, but also of those who perform public function. Instead, in this way, the idea is to embed democratic control into the governance and into the administrative structure of the program. So in order to conclude, and in order to answer also to my question, can citizen management of cultural heritage serve as a democratizing mechanism? I will respond that yes, it can. However, citizen management needs to be democratized itself also through other mechanisms that allow for the democratization of the entire policy process. And following this, I think that we need to reflect upon what are the political, social, and administrative conditions that favor the development and implementation of such a mix of democratizing mechanism. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Yolanda. Thank you for bringing that. I really appreciate the importance of highlighting the democratic practices in collaborative governance. And
Thank you.
If you could speak with Medhavi, would you feel comfortable going next? Medhavi, can you hear me? Okay, would you feel comfortable going next?
Sure, I can go next. Let me share my screen. And here we are. I'm just going to switch so you all can see the screen. Right, everything's good. Okay. Thank you for the invite to speak here. And I just want to start by saying that the Heritage Lab began in Chandigarh, but we are based on the internet. This is a time that I just want to go back to before I start, that when I had recently moved to Chandigarh, and when I would search online for museums or visit a museum there and try to find information there, I could hardly find anything. And I had not had an academic background in art history. So it was initially really difficult for me to understand a lot of the terms and terminology and descriptions that came with artwork. And so really began the idea of the Heritage Lab. A lot was also happening because I was working with artisans and craftspeople, and through an engagement with the Crafts Museum in New Delhi, we realized that the museum is also a space for artisans, craftspeople, and creative practitioners to really look at design, art, and like the history of what they are creating and kind of innovate on that process. So there were a lot of things that led to the establishment of the Heritage Lab. Of course, the mission has been largely to enable, empower our readers and our online audience now to understand, interpret, reinterpret our past, but also in a way that helps make sense of our current discourses, whether it is a political or social discourse or just generally an art discourse, and participate really as active citizens, because the past is not something that happened and we study about it in history lessons, but also it sort of shapes how decisions are being taken today, what our role is as citizens. At a conference like this, I once asked our audience about what they think of museums. And these are the various words that came up. And something that I still don't see that a lot of people associate with museums is contribution of stories, of participation, and engaging with a lot of cultural practitioners, especially at museums. This has been a slow process of enabling audiences to share their stories and document that also as part of stories that museums tell. So this is something that the Heritage Lab, because we try to experiment with different formats of storytelling, different kind of digital practices, different kinds of museum practices in a digital world. This was important to us to understand how participation really works. For the Heritage Lab, it really started about making collections discoverable. How do you even find objects online? How do you find artworks and collections online to take them to a school environment or to any learning environment, or just any environment, honestly? How do you create that dialogue? Because in the museum and cultural sector, there's a constant conversation on how do we engage the audience, how do we do community engagement, how do we build communities really. But building communities is a long process, and we wanted to see how to create dialogue through different campaigns, and then focus on participation and co-creating. So this is something that I'm broadly speaking about today. So this is this is the best representation I could find of what I encountered at schools when I began. When you speak to students about history, when you speak to them about art, and a lot of students, again, disassociate themselves from both of these subjects at some point. But the minute you say, hey, we are going to be working on a digital project, students are excited. And that is what the idea was, to create a digitally aware generation that knows about publishing, about licenses, about reuse, creative reuse, about credits, copyrights, and one of the most important skills today about how do we use information that we find? How do we turn this into engaging formats? How do we discern between reliable sources, unreliable sources? How do we cite information? So we began with a lot of our workshops in schools of Chandigarh. And these began with really simple questions like, who is the greatest Mughal emperor that we know? And I know that while I was growing up in school, this is a simple answer. You just said Akbar, because that's what the textbooks say. But why do we say Akbar? How do we understand what greatness refers to? How do we compare different rulers or emperors to understand the parameters of what makes anybody great? So that is the kind of critical thinking that we went beyond into schools. And this resulted in a lot of different kind of creative online expressions, whether it was podcasting, where the students created podcasts, etc. But also, I remember one of our pilot projects was to look at the Grand Trunk Road and then do a campaign on Wikipedia. And students actually not only edited pages for monuments that existed on Wikipedia, but they realized that a lot of monuments were not even featured on Wikipedia. So it helped with enabling students to write these pages. And apart from the English language skills, and again, looking for reliable sources online, looking for information online, paraphrasing it, was a very real world experience for school students, because this is not an assignment they're going to be graded on. I mean, they would be for their teachers, but they knew that what they're going to create is going to be online, it's going to be published. And like, this article was translated into 2 languages, but I know that a lot of other monuments that were written about were translated into as many 14 languages. So that is the sort of connection that we are building for school students here. And of course, there's the memes. This is also like something that we worked with school students on, how to looking at artwork and memifying them. And it was difficult because teachers don't always see memes as an educational tool. But one of the things is that, where do students even find these collections online? So how do students access collections which are open, which can be reused in the classroom? So a lot of the work has been to sensitize students and a growing generation about public domain creative copyright licenses. And we have a website called open.theheritagelab.in. So THL Open looks at bringing together all openly licensed artwork and material from different collections of the world, which pertain to India, South Asia broadly. But this is not, again, simply about consuming information. The idea is that when you look at the caves of Ellora, which is how this the title is this, with a single L in Ellora, which is, as an Indian, we know that's not how we spell Ellora. But also it just says albumin print from a wet collodion negative on thin, smooth, cream wove paper. That's it. It doesn't tell us about who is featured in this cave, what is the iconography, what are we looking at? And that's honestly not how you would search for an image. So we have an edit button there for people to edit it on Wiki so that it can go back into collections if the museum wants it to go on collections. Because a lot of museums now link their material to Wiki. So if you're editing information on Wiki, then it's also going back somewhere into their metadata at some point. We try to look at campaign stories and public engagement, but also try to build capacity at museums, because museums are hugely understaffed. So here the idea of the Heritage Lab is to be, to build a pool of people of citizens who are supporters of museums, who are volunteering with museums, who are out there, instead of saying, why isn't our museum like the Met? They're going to do whatever it takes to help the museum become as popular, at least in their own community. There have been several digital campaigns, but I want to speak about Art and Feminism before I close today, and we're out of time almost. Art and Feminism is a global campaign that has been adapted by museums, libraries, universities all over the world to fill the information gap on gender and the arts on the internet. Because a woman artist, for instance, might be in collections of different museums, but the information is just with them. So we try to put it all together on Wiki through this amazing campaign that takes place. And we've had cultural institutions and a host of institutions, support us in, looking at Wiki as a great tool. I switched to Wiki also because I think the broad idea is to make knowledge accessible to everyone, and we particularly don't like reinventing the wheel. So the idea is to do whatever we publish on the Heritage Lab, so it can feed into Wiki sometimes, or whatever we publish on Wikipedia directly, so we can recreate information through that in different formats on our website. So that's how really we've been working. There's a range of other things that we've been doing on Wiki, so I'm going to leave that to here, but I wanted to show you some of these amazing gifts that come out of open collections, and also how artists reinterpret and reuse these open collections as a way for museums to understand why their collections should be online and why they should be publicly accessible. And that's what the statistics say, that we spend about 6.5 hours online each day. So just imagine the kind of impact we could create if we all tried to spend just a little time enriching stories about our cultural heritage on the internet. So thank you so much, and I will stop here.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move very quickly to the next speaker. Nicole, I was wondering if you would be ready to present.
Sorry, I didn't hear you very well, but I think you said Nicole.
Yeah, I did. Amazing.
Super, super. I will just share my screen. And can you see that okay?
Yes.
Yes, I see some people nodding. Thank you everyone for the invitation to be here. I'm very happy to be in such with such great panelists as well, and to join everyone today. And I think my intervention today is also has one central question, like Lolanda also started with, how the stakeholder, that person who we're trying to create an impact for, or trying to create values for through heritage preservation, really help us to design this digital and hybrids, also in-person strategies to help engage them. So I'm going to be introducing a tool which we use to set out a collaborative, strategic, stakeholder focused when designing our work at Europeana. And let's go. This tool is called the Impact Playbook. It's the Europeana Impact Playbook. And we have a number of goals. We have designed this to be a practical tool to support impact-focused project design and also impact assessment. You can use it whether you are at the beginning of a project or in the middle of a project, thinking about what your impact can be. It's very specifically designed for digital heritage context, and it is informed by the work of practitioners from across Europe and across the world who are specialists in digital heritage as well. It's been a very co-created tool, so I'm also presenting something which has been tested and is being used, I hope quite widely. We're definitely using it anyway. And really the purpose of this is to shared voice about the value of heritage, the value of its potential, growing the evidence base also for the value. We're working with heritage communities and the value that this creates both for them and for wider society. So this playbook itself is designed in 4 phases. We walk through impact design. As I've mentioned at the beginning of a project, we're really thinking about designing the type of impact that you want to have and starting there, and then designing those activities that help you to deliver that. Then we go on to impact measurement, actually understanding if you are creating a change for those people, and also then starting to learn from the data that you're collecting. We go into impact narration, but it's around storytelling, telling the story of the impact you are creating, whether this is completely positive, also some nuance, some more negative stories might come out of this too, but that all helps you learn. It's about telling this objective story about the impact that you're trying to create, that vision you're trying to work towards. An evaluation about trying to make sure that you're constantly improving in your processes. So in the next project you design using this impact process, you're learning from what didn't go so well in the past. And we have 5 different principles which underpin the impact playbook. And I think this is another reason why I think there's a lot of synergy with the topic today. This is very much stakeholder focused. It's participatory and inclusive. It sets out a very inclusive methodology for coming to thinking about the impacts that you're trying to create. It's effective, reflective and self-critical. So we're trying to encourage reflection and self-evaluation. Efficient and effective, so it's something you can use and actually helps your processes. It's a really practical tool, and it's useful. It's something we really think adds value to the process of working with heritage and with our communities. Firstly and quickly, what do we mean by impact? There are many different definitions of impact, and many people operationalize this in different ways and different methodologies and ways of mapping impact, for example. And our definition of impact is that it is the change or the changes that occur for stakeholders or in society, and that this impact happens as a result of our activities that we design, that we are accountable for. So impact is in that longer term. It's not happening right in front of us. It's happening for stakeholders, the people that we're working for, and in society. That doesn't mean to say that we also don't benefit from the work that we're doing as well. But it does show that we are accountable, and we should be accountable for the change that happens in the short term, the change that happens as a result of our activities. That's where we have a sphere of influence. And where we don't have a sphere of influence is really that high level impact vision. So for example, when we think about impact here, I like to think about, for example, if you think about more tolerance in society, or more mobility between countries, for example, you might be thinking something really high level that you on your own are not accountable for and can contribute towards. You can contribute towards, but you're not the only person doing this. You're working with a number of people. But it's also important to know that, as I've mentioned already in that talking about impact stories, change and impact can also be negative as well as positive. It can be planned and unplanned, expected, unexpected, and we have to be open to that. So this is really a learning process and a reflective process as well. So in our impact definition, we also have stakeholders at the center. So our stakeholders are the beneficiaries of our activities. And for us, it's really important to think about who's going to benefit both directly and indirectly from your activities. And this is why we use the term stakeholders and not just beneficiaries, because sometimes the term beneficiaries makes you think a little bit small. We're actually what is the real the real diversity of people who can benefit from the approach you're taking. And also, I think this is a really I'll focus now in a bit more on the topic of where digital engagement and heritage conversation comes in as well. There are two different tools in the Impact Playbook, which I think are really important in this sense. The first is our strategic perspectives tool. And this is a way of thinking really at that high impact level, thinking about the type of impact you're trying to create. Some projects are explicitly centered on creating, for example, economic impact, or really that social community impact, or really supporting, for example, a reduction in climate destruction. We also see internal changes at the operational level and also innovation as well. And most projects in reality have a bit of everything, but you might want to focus, or you might want to really have that picture. But this tool helps us focus at that higher level to really help shape that vision of what we're working towards. And the one question I wasn't sure, for example, when we talk about heritage preservation, I like to always be that with anything, ask the question, why? Why are we doing this? What are we trying to change in society and for the world in doing this? And it's really important to be able to have that narrative, to be able to say confidently, we're doing this for a reason. And I know we all are. Sometimes this tool can help us to actually put that into writing. And the second tool to introduce is the value lens. So if we thought about impact at the high level, that strategic, social, economic, community-based impact, well, this is really a way of thinking at the level of your stakeholder. It sets out a really focused way to think about the value of digital cultural heritage specifically, and can be used to inform how we plan for digital engagement with our stakeholders. And we might be thinking in this sense in a sort of shorter medium term. And there are 5 different lenses. We can think through a utility lens, how something is being used. Is it doing the job that it's designed for? Is it meeting stakeholder needs? The existence lens, the value gained from knowing that the activities exist and are cherished, that they're being used, that they're creating this legacy, not legacy, that they're creating prestige and reputation. The legacy lens, about that ability to pass on heritage across generations and across and between communities as well. The learning lens, that value being derived from being able to formally or informally learn, gain skills, knowledge, and what that actually means to that person's sense of their own culture, for example, their own knowledge, their own understanding and value of heritage at both the personal and community level. and the community lens, the value derived from being part of a community that is around that heritage as well, about how you feel connected to your heritage and the subjects as well.
Nicole, just 1 minute.
Amazing. I'm on my very last slide. So very much the summary. When we're thinking about impact design through the impact playbook, there are 3 things to really focus on. Thinking about the kind of impact you're trying to create, being confident of that narrative. What big picture are you contributing towards? Knowing who you're actually creating that impact for, mapping and prioritizing your stakeholders. Know who you're creating impact for at the sort of shorter to medium term, but then also into that longer term perspective as well. Prioritize your stakeholders. Who can you focus on in the short term? This helps you also to focus, for example, on designing those activities. And finally, map out that change of what you want people to experience. Madavi, I loved your discovery, dialogue, participation, co-creation, for example. That's mapping out to take people on. So that's really thinking about that change you want people to experience, and then plan for that, measure that engagement, learn to improve, and then ultimately create some more impact. And that is everything from me. Thank you. Hopefully I'm in time.
Thank you so much. Is Mauro online?
Yes, but I cannot share because I'm not co-amphitryon. If you make a co-amphitryon, I share. Please.
You can share your screen now.
It's my turn? Okay.
Can you now share your screen, Mauro?
Yes. It's okay?
It's amazing.
Okay, you tell me when I speak.
Please feel free to speak. Yeah, Mauro?
Yes.
We can begin now.
Okay. Well, good afternoon to everybody. I can see you very, very little there. I can imagine you are tired of so many people speaking about different projects, places, and contexts. So as we have little time, like 5 minutes, I want to share with you 3 of the maybe most important thing I have learned into process of participation, conservation, heritage, and technology. First of all, I work today understanding that architecture, our projects are part on an affective and material stuff in the cities, in the places, and in the people and beings. So I have one question for you. How do you listen your community in whatever place you are working? As I have learned in more than 15, almost 20 years of doing community-based projects, this is an example of 2 pictures of Guadalajara, how we listen our community in a place. Because when we are talking about heritage or patrimonial things, it's always before us is people doing things in the places. It's people taking care of things. Maybe you can see whatever building, whatever place as a ruin, as something that has not been conservative institutions, but it's always people working and making things to make livable all these places. You know, and many of you, I can imagine that you map the activities of the people. So what I try important is also to learn with these people what are the effective things behind this practice they do. I can explain. People has their work, people has to maintain their own life, and then they support and they spend time doing these things of community base for heritage and patrimonial things. So we can imagine the effort. It's always behind all our activities, but also in the cities that are linked with these processes. So technology is something that for me it's important, at least as this like temporary technology, I would say. No technology for a specific place, for a specific moment, for a specific needs in the place. So for me, it's a tool that has to help us to arrive to the invisible, to arrive to these people that is not organized, to arrive more than institutions. So technology can help us to do that. Also to visualize, but not people, because each people can visualize themselves, visualize agendas, visualize topics from feminist to queer to whatever thing is happening in the community as something that is also material in the places we work. And with these things, that is how we listen, we can begin to prototype things. And I think technology is something to that help us to reach things that sometimes when we are on site, we cannot reach. So I think it's so difficult to reach on site as to reach when you are not on site. And as technology, I understand always that behind these points, these dots, our mapping is always affect and people sharing time, sharing knowledge, sharing bodies with others. Also, like paper maps are very important, and I think are also a technology, sometimes for kids, sometimes for ancient people. I mean, how we listen to everybody more than the things. Technology is also a specific piece of paper made with love to reach a community. And then we prototype, or we can understand the problems, and we can understand how language is also technology, but how we don't polarize. My experiences, like in this process, are always a lot of interest. Sometimes it's economic, but other times are ideological, or other times are different. So we need to prototype how we talk together. That I would say how we listen together, do not polarize the conversations in the participatory or community processes. The other question I can share with you is that in terms of heritage and patrimonial things, abandoning is a practice. Abandoning is not just not to take care of things. And this is very like subtle, but I think it's very important. So how technology, how community-based projects can map the abandoning practices also. As we learned that in Montevideo, in Uruguay, in this little house, understanding that the house, like very close of the one we are in the picture, was abandoned. And this practice of making abandoning in a place are affecting someone who is taking care of the things. So abandoning is a practice that affects all of us in our communities and projects. And last things I'd like to share with you, and also with the people who work in our projects, has to try to answer this question. Do you want to have I think it's a question we can do to institutions, to the council, to the people, is the owner of the heritage of the city, the old city, or the whatever place we are working, no? Do you want to have a coffee with this building, with this old city in 30 years? So try to answer, what would you ask to this building? And this building will talk to you. Why don't you repair me? Why don't you don't take care? You were afraid of something? You were afraid sometime of immobiliarian interests? Which things you can imagine that we can talk if we have a coffee with this building or the downtown of the city, or whatever heritage that is in the place of your community. Because if you relax the situation and you can have an honest conversation with the people of the community, but with the owners, so we put everything over the table and nothing down the table, I think our projects can begin a new process, as I understand, that begins with this listening, like a deep listening with technology, with other technologies, to understand this affective research of the patrimonial or of the heritage. And then we can open to new solutions, to new financements, to new engagement of these old buildings or heritage or patrimonial things. And in this process, I experimented that sometimes people that are not linked to the problem, to the thing, because sometimes it's the people that make this practice of abandoning, could engage different with the process, could link to the process. And then we can make projects, I think, with more love, as I talk about urban love also. Because when we saw a ring, we saw like an abandoned stone, we don't see only the material thing. We can see affects in that place. We can see what is happening and what things are not taken in account. Why this building is abandoned? Why no one take care of this situation that could be a building, could be a garden, could be whatever. We want to look with these new eyes, to look material as something that is affective. So thanks for this little listening. And these are the three things I wanted to share with you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. That was incredibly delightful. And I think this morning, the students highlighted the importance of designing around emotion and care as ideas or concepts to incorporate into restoration and design. So now, Olivier, are you ready?
Yes, I'm there.
Amazing. Do you think you could share your screen?
Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, yes.
I go full screen, so you should be able to see it. Okay, so I feel honored to be part of this event. Just mentioning, I'm Olivier from the Platonic Foundation. I'm the strategic director, and actually both Nadia and me are partners of the Restoration Toolbox. So I'd like to shortly talk about heritage architecture preservation, of course, but I mean, my talk will be bridging many of the some of the concepts that have been shared, both from the intangible heritage practices and more tangible heritage practices today. And I will be staying at the intersection of participatory governance and community finance and how these two elements need to work together. So basically, you have learned in the last few days, and especially I think the last session you had on adaptive reuse is something which will be resonating with my presentation, since I will also use lots of outputs of a project called Open Heritage, and partly the Restoration Toolbox is kind of a part of the wave that the Open Heritage project has been creating. So I'm happy also to share all these learnings. So basically, abandoned underused sites pose a significant challenge to both the public, to policymakers, and the private sectors, but we do know it presents major opportunities. So our practices at Platonic Foundation, we basically good at eventually designing open and inclusive participatory processes, which are hybrid. So both analogical, we're big fans and defenders of deliberative democracy. So it resonates also with some of the reflections that Yolanda was sharing with us. I must say, I'm talking also from Barcelona, so I will also be sharing similar examples. And basically our main mission is to improve the impact of civic initiatives. So when we talk about, since I'm here to talk about community financing, I refuse to talk about community financing if we're not talking about participatory governance first. So that's basically what the story of the egg. That's the, what comes first, governance or channeling community finance, right? Basically, my recommendation is like, let's start with governance, good intentions, desires, designing our impact, as Nicole was saying, and let's create activities that help us reach our impact. Basically vision, our bold vision. So we need to be bold and ambitious as citizens. So basically, I would also love to recommend some of the work that the CLIC project brought us, and I think it's particularly relevant talking about adaptive reuse, even of like, how does it apply to circularity when we talk about governance, so how to apply circularity to governance too. And I think we need basically to analyze all the...
In Spain and Latin America, if Oliver will be agreeing. But I think in my context, public participation and also urban public participation, when there is always citizens involved, institutions, is always something in conflict, is always something in danger, with risk, because a situation, it's a situation of abuse, or in moments of threat, or in moments of that something is going very fast not to disappear, for example. So it's very easy that the participation goes through, I mean, I want, I don't want, I support, I don't support, like this polarization. I remember one technology that I love to use, for example, in the case of Mexico, Guadalajara, that was like poll.is, like police, that was designed to make conversations more complex. I mean, with more different aspects. For example, in the case of Guadalajara, Mexico, was a great polarization between, like, I mean, the urban capital of the government, of the local government, and the more anti-capitalism activism of the place, because they were in risk of gentrification, etc. So it's very difficult to put concrete and specific things to make a place that more livable, or to put more things in the agenda as energetic, sustainable things, whatever kind of things. So in that case, the woman who was in the picture I showed, that was a trans woman, split the polarization, because introduce new vectors that affects the polarization indeed. I don't know if I explained that. And this for me is very important, because technology can reproduce these things. And I don't want to vote yes or not. I want to learn how we can live together better in whatever place, with new things and with old things, with the old, I mean, the coexistence of things. And I think that's a gap that is not only for technology, it's a gap for us as a society, to understand that we cannot simplify conversations, and also when we talk about urban governances, because the difference between other technologies or other kind of participation, that's urbanity always brings you the problem to your face. You cannot avoid the problem. It's always in your door. It's always in your stair, in your window, whatever the place is, it's always there. So I think for these participatory governances, participatory technologies, or just community things, when we are talking about urban stuff that always imply others, as I say, you are always taking in the account risk, conflict, danger, abuse, and sometimes moments of threat. So that's my experience, and I try to contextualize an answer of your question that not simplifies what it means polarization in this kind of processes. That's a very good question. Thank you.
Thank you. So I put a little footnote that POL.is is a piece of technology developed by the government of Taiwan. Taiwan is incredibly interesting in terms of e-democracy. Basically, their e-democracy process kicked off in the early 2000s when the internet was just coming into being and you all were being born. And I really encourage you to look up the work of Audrey Tang, who is the Minister of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. She is also a trans woman, but the work that she encourages abroad and in Taiwan is incredibly interesting in terms of looking at how collaborative governance and e-governance can work. And I really want to thank our speakers for being here today, and thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us online. And now I would request Professor Mohit Dhingra, our Associate Dean of Academics and our in-house conservationist, to felicitate Nadia. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. So we're moving on. Our conference is coming to a close, but not before we gather for the reflections, takeaways, and way for the future closing session. Our moderator for the session is Ms. Tina Devi Singh, and we'll be joined by the following panel of experts. Professor Dr. Ekta Chauhan, Assistant Professor JSAA, Dr. Daniela Patti, Managing Director, Utopian, Mr. Satish Sinha, Associate Director, Toxics Link, and Ms. Nadia Anandasin, the representative of EGAM. We are a little short on time, so we'll be finishing off this session in 30 minutes. Make it more of a
कुछ चेंज कर देते फिर तो फिर कहाँ से कराते
Hello. So we won't take very long. We just wanted to make sure we go over everything that we did over the past 2 days and also reflect on how we've learned from each other or the suggestions we have for each other. I'm happy that all the sessions that we had, they were so diverse in nature. There were so many things that we touched upon. We were lucky that we had such amazing contributions in the form of presentations, etc., from everyone who joined virtually. I'd like to take the next few minutes to go over everything that we did, and we probably start later, since yours was the first panel that we had. When you put the panel together, right, there was a certain not emotion really, but there was a certain aim or a certain conversation or dialogue that you wanted brought forward in front of the audience, as well as a point of discussion. Do you think you achieved that at the end of that session, or more? Thank you. So my idea when we were putting together the panel was, like we are this is primarily an architectural conference, and we're primarily an architectural school, and we've been talking about, heritage restoration, digital tools, examples from all around the world, urban planning. So the first panel, I wanted to keep it more theoretical, to first understand how we construct the categories of what is history, what is heritage, what does it mean to be a protected monument in Indian context, what it means, what is knowledge when it comes to heritage. So that was the idea. That's why I wanted to keep the panel very diverse, from scholars to practitioners to just students who have, Ishan has very recently, he's still a postgrad student, technically. So to keep it very diverse, so that we can have different points of view on how we're constructing these knowledges about heritage. And I would say, given that the discussions with the panel as well as the audience, I think more or less we were close. It was a great discussion. I love that we could go beyond these categories that we have created, right? And that sort of, I think, set the tone for the conference. Where constantly we're talking about how we can, these categories that we have created. This is restoration, this is new, this is old, this is repair, this is digital, this is not. We can constantly keep going beyond that. So I think that was one of the major takeaways from the panel. So I mean, the time that I spent taking in what all of your panelists have to say, there was a question of, how do we preserve history and what is it actually? That was the question that we came to at the end of it. And then when it comes to the point of preserving history, who are the custodians? Because that was the discussion, right? That was the entire discussion about, firstly, what is that history that we're talking about preserving, and how do we do it? And then now that we've decided that this is the history we want to preserve, then eventually who are the custodians? And do you think you got an answer to that at the end of it, or is that still open and we are still carrying on? Because see, that is one dialogue that is going to continue. So I think as Ishan started with that example, I really like that example. That history, like when I say history or you say it in a school, people think, oh, history is in the museum. I say history, the first image that will come to your mind is like this dusty library somewhere or a museum somewhere. But as Ishan pointed out, and I use this in my class as well all the time to say that, something that happened to you yesterday itself is history. If somebody asks me tomorrow, how was the conference yesterday? How I'm describing it as history. How I describe the conference, how you describe it, how everybody describes it as history. So history is not so much static for us to decide, whose history, who gets to preserve it, who's the custodian. It's a process. It's an output, a lens of analyzing that we can do. So of course, there's no custodian, nobody, neither the experts nor the community, nobody has. So history is just how we look at our past. It's just a lens. It's a method that we have to develop. So I think we all have like another whole topic that we can have a letter time and seminar series on what is history and who has to preserve it. Right? Did I get that right? So then yesterday, after we had that entire session with Ekta, we had like this great conversation with such wonderful women on that panel, and how we were talking all about what is, public design, what is participatory planning, who are the actors, how do we create the space, etc. At the end of this session, the one point that came across was the beauty of participatory planning, the different aspects of it. And if you view it as a single individual or phase of it, there are certain features that bring out the aesthetic quality. So according to you, after that very conversation, I think you'll be able to tie together the thread that I'm talking about. What according to you is like as you would say, the beauty of participative planning. What is it? You know, it's the beautiful eyes, or the face, the aspects of it, because we discussed all of them. They all had something in their panels, in their presentations, but they were talking about different aspects of it. Thanks a lot. Before answering the question, if I can take this moment to thank all of you so much for this moment of exchange. I think this on behalf of definitely of the program, but I can imagine that also from Nadia and the others, it's a similar feeling. It's so beautiful to have this exchange. And now, in terms of going back to the question, I think one of the issues that is emerging from the discussion that where heritage is such an important element of identity of communities is that when we're talking about participation, especially of more marginalized communities, it becomes such a strong aspect of empowerment. And I think this is a very relevant element that we have to also, going back also to a lot of political discussion both yesterday and today, which I really appreciated, is that in that case, we have to also see how this empowerment also affects the policies and the politics, because it can be manipulated, it can be used for market purposes to create a hype around real estate development, or it can become an opportunity for creating, like we were saying this morning, which I really enjoyed and could see so many connections between the different sessions. For example, the issue of the repairing. So participation becomes empowerment because you train, because you give new opportunity. And then at that point, it becomes something that is valuable and people will really have the energy for doing this. And I think this is something that has been very enriching of the discussions together these days. So I'm going to go back to the suitcase full of things I've learned in India and share it back. And I hope this is the beginning of further cooperation, because it's been very, very enriching. Thank you. So Satish, I think you have the maximum experience here when it comes to no, I think the point that it's not about it. It's more about when we're talking about to do something in a participative fashion or to in a way kind of move towards democratizing something. Like we're talking about give the power to the people. I would say that everyone is creative and everybody uses it differently. Even in the panel that we had and in the earlier, with the speakers that we had on board, they all came down to that one point that you have to look at the stakeholder in that situation and bring it up. So looking through your own panel, of course, and everything else that we've discussed and what Daniela shared with us and what Nadia just presented a while ago. How do you think we can figure out that balance of the right or the exploitation or the power? Because if you're giving somebody the voice, it's not always focused or balanced. Yeah?
I've been working on environment for over 20 years. I've been in policy planning. I've done a lot of policies for Government of India, been involved in some of these. And some of my previous experiences that I'll share with you, I'll be talking about participatory process. I'll talk about, I was member of the drafting committee of the municipal waste rules for the government of. Now, when we moved on to finally drafting the rules, it was in 2012, 2013, 2014. That is just prior to Mr. Modi coming as Prime Minister of India and announcing Swachh Bharat on 2nd October 2016 or 2015, one of these days. So we were asked to move forward with municipal sanitations. But before that, for the last 5, 6 years, 7 years, the first rules were framed in year 2000. We were revising in 2016. So when we were doing so, because there were a lot of gaps in rules, so we were consulting a huge amount of stakeholders, almost everyone, citizens, municipalities, government, urban local bodies, everybody we were consulting. What can be done? How it can be done? What is the barrier that you face? What is the technology that you want? What is the kind of financial, blockages that you see? So then we had some amount of framework or ideas that we got from ground up. Now this is called participatory process. So when we brought that interesting thing upwards, and there are many of us in this process, and then the government told us that come listen on together. I was there with the Minister of Environment, and they called me and they said, can you be part of this process? And then we started doing it. Again, when we did the draft, again we consulted people in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Kolkata, called for broad meeting. So you received inputs, you changed the draft, you went through it back and forth. So I'm just saying that these been some process of consultative or people's participation in some policies. I don't know about all policies, I cannot say about it, but I've seen in some of it in electronic waste also. We consulted the industry because they were the major stakeholder, because they were asked to take responsibility for the kind of stuff they were putting in the market and the kind of producers' responsibility that the rule was bringing in. So these people were there, the recycling companies were there, the informal sector was there, everybody was there on board. So there has been a lot of learning from what happens by participatory process or planning process. But if you do top-down approach, then it cannot do it. It doesn't work.
But that's what I said. Like, I think that
doesn't work.
It's something that we have seen that mostly everything does work top down, right?
It does work top down, and that's what I'm saying. Even when we're talking about this, buildings with participatory process, it's so hard to do.
It is very difficult. And actually, we have two people here who are Daniela and Nadia. I mean, let's just talk about their organizations. When we talk about this, all the work that you people have done together, and that is your expertise, right? Like working in, doing participatory processes. And because you mentioned the municipal corporation and looking at, the entire the policy, setting up of the policy. So we decided to use the COVID as such, use Decidium to set up the restoration toolbox platform, because that was where we had seen the entire platform which was created for the municipality of Barcelona, if I'm correct, that it was something that helped you do that. It was a participatory process. And since that was something that we wanted to do through the restoration toolbox, that was the way. You could give everybody a voice. We are sitting in a conference which says that right there, right? Enabling conservation through digital engagement. And we wanted digital engagement of as many people as we could reach. Of course, we understand the idea of digital parity. Not everybody might have access to it, but someone is better than no one. You get to have a voice, and that's why we decided to bring everyone together. Here we are Satish, who's had that experience of going to the people, getting their feedback and working with this back and forth process. And we have you who worked on projects in Europe on it, and someone who gave us a way of talking to those people to bring them onto that platform, a digital platform number. I'm sure the numbers differ, and this is a conversation we had in the panel that I because there's a difference of scale. But did it change when you saw the case study about it, right? You've seen how it works. And even with the open heritage platform where you gave people a voice to, did it change when you gave them that possibility of digital engagement? Did participatory processes become easier? Because otherwise you have to go there in person, right? You have to do that community outreach and so to start with, Decidium as a platform is designed around participation, but then we don't actually it's important to answer what is participation? Is it informing you? Is it consulting you? Is it taking a collective decision where we have to really discuss and debate? There are so many visions of what this means. And so the platform of Decidium, when we say it's designed around participation, there are activities, for example, if I ask you to take a decision as a group right now and to use technology, would you use Gmail, Slack? Would you do it through voting? What are your references for what it means to have a discussion? Because those will play into how you design a participatory process. So the platform itself gives you the possibility of rethinking what that means, because it was created by academics. So academics thinking about an Athenian democracy, they're like, okay, so you can debate, you can write about it, you can vote, but then there's also the possibility of what is a culture around making an assembly. Beyond that, is it making proposals? How do you vote on proposals? And that is also where, when Mauro mentioned Polis, which is developed by Taiwan, you can add that to a Density platform if you want, but it allows you to have more complex conversations with a different user experience design. But this is to come to the fact that how did it impact the projects that we worked with in Open Heritage? One thing I thought was very interesting was that Platoni created this thing called the city in the game, so that you become accustomed to thinking about what activities are participatory, who are you inviting to the conversation, and how do you want to have this conversation? When are you going to inform people? When are you going to ask them to give their opinion? And when are you going to ask them to give more than their opinion and endorse something and put their name on it and maybe collect signatures, however that might look? And in POMAS, they started to use the platform. It was first taken up by a lovely PhD researcher who facilitated in her neighborhood discussions around the city. But then we began to see that the neighborhood began to actually think in participatory activities that they saw on the platform and do them where the digital informed the offline. And because you are now given a range of activities you can choose from, and you now understand that they have a beginning, middle, and end. And I think that's really important when you think about participation. To what extent, how, and how much, because you're constantly balancing people's time, burnout, limited resources, and then to get creative and say, well, make it participatory. It is really more than just voting. It can be so. Yeah. So in the project, it was nice to see how technology could inform how we orient ourselves around the idea of participation. So, looking at the bigger picture or the entire journey of where we found with the restoration toolbox, and at the end of the day, we are here at this conference sitting to understand this one aspect of it, which is the fact that we'll be pushing that we need to enable conservation in digital engagement, because it is a virtual platform. I mean, we are talking about real-time projects, we are talking about how it can be translated to everyday heritage, but it is a digital platform. And through the course of this entire conference, the aim has been to understand it that will we actually succeed in doing that? Because I think the students responded quite well, that yes, it is making sense to them. And I see professionals responding. We had a great session earlier with some in Surat with government officials, and they believe that yes, we will empower them and we will, it will really enable them to work towards conservation and restoration. So looking at this aspect of it, maybe yes, we are headed in the right direction. And all the dialogue that we needed, and somewhere or the other, like even on ICDE's platform, there was someone who's doing a virtual walk. And that is also working towards, kind of conserving our heritage and looking at things. And it's another lens or perspective to look at how can we conserve our heritage. In all the conversation, it comes to that yes, we need to embrace the digital language to make sure something in the real world happens. You just said it. Like, you gave them models that they could do virtually, and they started replicating them in real life. So maybe we're not that wrong. Yes, as she's saying it, there was a song when we were all in school. It used to be "Boon Boon Se Banta Sagar, Jale Deep Se Deepak." Essentially, drop by drop, you can fill an ocean, and with little sparks does the lamp finally light. So just one small step at a time, and I think I hope everyone here got enough from the the entire conference and all the sessions. Is there anything that any one of you would like to ask the collection of us? Jackie, is there something that you want to say, discuss, feedback, reflections? I mean, you were supposed to be here on stage with us. Jedi refused to be up on stage. He said, thankfully not there, which is why I'm like, yeah, so Jedi didn't join us up here, but yes, we would love to hear from you, and then we can close the conference for all of us. But yes, yeah.
Thank you. This has been a fascinating 2 days. Thanks to to all the panelists. We've discussed multiple things all through. Right? We've talked about what is history, what is heritage. We've started from there. We, ended with what is uh, digital participation. And one of the things that I've been thinking about constantly is whether the language that we are using, right, is something that needs to be shown, right? Because language, as we know, is fundamentally very political, right? It is not neutral. I am thinking if we need to use words like resource anymore, for example, is that a problem when we use the word resource to think about things? It's just something I'm throwing out there. I'm thinking if we need to use the word citizen anymore, in a certain sense, when we want to talk about participation. Is that because somewhere, I mean, all of us have had, those of us who've been well, for the lack of a better word, scholars who looked at from a post-colonial studies point of view, we've come to realize that some of these terms, the way that we use them, are really ineffectual in explaining what is happening in a country like this. Right? They do not capture multiple experiences that are there. I was thinking of the point that Yolanda raised that is citizen participation all good? And she said, no, it's qualified. Because, and Satish and everybody can vouch for this, but for the last so many years, citizen participation has been one of the ways that a certain totalitarian existence is come to be in this country, right? So who is the citizen? I am just beginning. So I think that's one of the things that we really, really need. I mean, hearing all of everybody who's spoken up until now, I think that conviction has kind of come back to me again and again that there are many things that we all agree on, many things that I think we have reflected on, but I think somewhere some terms are coming back, and I'm like a good Marxian that I was at a certain point of time. I'm reminded of what Marx says, which is the burden of history and the terms that while we may have new forms of imagination, then Marx always warned us against a surrender to older forms of governance. And I'm wondering if we are surrendering to older forms, older terms of understanding things constantly. That's where, Sarish, I find repair to be such an interesting idea. And that's why I'm so because suddenly I think it's a turn which is changing multiple things, right? Because I think it is allowing for a different politics to happen. I don't know if that makes sense. And I would encourage those of us who are practitioners, who are activists, who are what, if we need to constantly evaluate the terms that we are doing and see what kind of possibilities of the political terms open up or foreclose even before that, right? So that's my little two bits. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, I would like to go with that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think that leaves some more food for thought because, yeah, maybe it is mostly on how we view things. And yeah, like that individual.
Which is why the idea of where the experts are. At our school, we constantly we've been very uncomfortable with the term architects. We've been very uncomfortable with the term designers. Bharat constantly keeps saying I'm a student of built environment. And he's actually reflecting on the kind of discussions we've had in class. He said, do we hold on to these terms which have this incredible which have these histories which constantly come and they foreclose other possibilities the minute you use that term, right? So we've done crazy things like that. The first year that we were there in the existence of the school, we had a dunce hat we had an architect. We done everybody use that term, including the faculty. We put it and say, okay, we're going to the corner. We're not going to use this term. Can we say builders? Can we say makers? Can we say agents? What can we do? Because there's a predicament that comes with all of these terms. And I think we're constantly struggling with that, right? it's become it's not easy. It's not you know, I'll give an example from my own field work with long ago. This was in Kiltni village in Delhi, right? So I was interviewing a lot of folks there, and this person, he told me this very interesting story. He said, you know, this is the time when there was a demolition that was going on, 2006, 2005, 2006, almost what, 70, 80 years ago now. And you know, the then the Sarpanch, who was also the village, he turned around and said, you know, we had this interesting thing. The state came and they demolished our entire, you know, all of Kirti. You know, which was happening in the name of beautifying. That was the time when Commonwealth Games were from walled city to world city. That was the big slogan at the time for New Delhi and all that. And he said, you know, he came and you know what I did? I went, I charged into the office of the commissioner and you know, and the urban local body, and I said, you know, we have our rights as citizens. You cannot destroy our building and this and that. So this person, the commissioner, he just threw me out of the office. And he said, I was very dejected, and I came back, and I was walking back to my house when my friend sort of met me, and he said, what happened? Why are you so upset? He said, no, this has happened. I'd gone to the urban local body and I talked about it. And you know, I got kicked out of the office. So then my friend turned around and said, did you go wearing this suit? And he said, yes, I was wearing the suit when I went to meet the government official. And he said, and then this man turns around and tells me, and then I understood. He said, you know, what did I do the next day? I wore the most plain kurta pajama I had, which was torn from a couple of places, right? And I went and I just went prostrate in front of the commissioner and said, and he said this in Hindi, I'm going to translate it for you. He said, sir, आप हमारे माई बाप हो, आप हमारे अन्नदाता हो, हाँ, जो आप हमारे रक्षक हो, रक्षक कभी भक्षक नहीं हो सकता. Now let me translate that, what he said. So he said, you are our mother and father, literally. So, right, you are our the giver of our food, right? And you are our protector. And somebody who's a protector can never be destroyed. And he said, you know, I said this, and the commissioner understood, and the stay order was given up, right? So, you know, one of the arguments that I was trying to make in my work is that, you know, it's interesting. I mean, we can think of that we are perhaps governed by laws of civil society, political, state, and we think that, you know, in a liberal democracy, we are thinking of it that, oh, I am approaching three things through the idiom of a certain citizenship. But that's not what works here. What works here are very different idioms which people also use in order to make things happen constantly, right? And if we begin to understand that there are multiple idioms at work here, right? And we create languages and theoretical concepts and things which help us navigate this complexity, something for us to think about all the time. And that really got, I mean, hearing the experiences of everybody who's working, terms which allow for different possibilities of the political to emerge and political action to emerge, I think very, very important. We need to figure that out. So, always good.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, dear panelist and moderator, for this apt conclusion. As we conclude, we encourage you to reflect on the valuable insights shared throughout this conference and consider how we can collectively shape the future of urban heritage conservation and adaptive reuse. This conference wouldn't have been successful without the support of the following people. First and foremost, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Professor of Eminence, Dr. Sanjeev Pisani, Founder and Principal, Director of General School of Behavioral Sciences, our Dean, Professor Dr. Joydeep Chatterjee, the Organizing Committee of ICDE, Professor Abu Talha Faruqi and Professor Sheikh Intiqam Alam, and student volunteers for their constant efforts. I would also take this opportunity to thank our project partners, including the delegation of the European Union to India, Embassy of Spain in India, Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in India, Austrian Embassy in New Delhi, Aishwarya Tipnis Architects, Jugaad Police, the Just Environment, Top 6 Link, Platonic, Utopian GmbH, Alliance Française Delhi, and Institute Français in India. I would also like to thank all our university support staff, including AV team, IT team, events team, our transport team, documentation team, procurement team, food and beverages, media and communication, and JSA's administrative staff. And last but not the least, the faculty and students of JSA. Thank you so much. It's been a great audience. Thank you for being a part of this remarkable conference. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you. Thank you.